Wee! Being live.
It has been far too long. Far too long.
Far too long.
Tortures immediately. Hex is oh hey, what ho? Why you like this, Tortures? Stepagen, compliment cap. What ho, friends, come on in. Yeah, we are. I'm just checking to see if there's something I've forgotten. I feel like there is.
It's the same. I'm like I've got the bot going.
Yep. I have Emblin's chest here. Slowly unfurled.
Water.
Oh, water! That thing that humans need to live. Fuck, that's what I forgot.
Yeah.
Hex has ceased to be. Now welcome ascended Hex. Long live the Uber Hex.
I cleaned up my desk so it's not as much of a disaster.
Somewhat same, although I'm currently, shocking no one, building another Gundam. And Caffeine pointing out, also Caffeine is Strager. What-ho? Strager only has 44,000 HP left.
Only.
And then brings it to a neat 444. What-ho? Hello, good afternoon, one and all. We got a party going down. So,
Yeah, I found the thing that I forgot.
What was your thing?
I forgot to add your alerts to my OBS so I can hear them.
Ah. Yeah, I used to be able to just give people the URL link and the browser would just generate the noises, but I haven't been able to do that anymore.
That's what I do. I just do it through OBS.
I think I'll remind people to do that for future notes. Hey!
What ho? We interrupt this subversary message for an important.
Oh, actually, I think if you just try and open it in Chrome, it does some weird like it'll do it once and then it won't update or something.
Okay. Well, Wraith, thank you for 43 months, the maximum amount. You're all terrible, and we managed to get Hannah through the entirety of season.
Captain on the bridge.
You just flexing there. You just flexing.
Yeah, just a little bit. Totally haven't been sitting on it for like 3 days.
Well, mate, for all that you do, Memnol and otherwise, thank you. Owness, we're not just going to swap out Hex with a new Kobold. Why are you fuckers like this? We got Hannah through the whole of season 1 alive, and now...
What ho, Vikings?
Hey! Alright, starting on a train. Okay. I'm glad I'm pre-caffeinated today. Boof. It just overtakes my side. Lyris, thank you for the 200. How are you all doing? Happy Saturday! Finally playing some D&D! And Stepchen, thank you for the 100. Oh. Like, this is basically kind of... Hey! Dude, thank you. Fucking yo. I'm just happy to fucking be here. This feels like my reward for surviving, like, the last month, you know?
Yeah, it's been a week.
Yeah. But no, mate, thank you for the 2,000. Yes, as of yesterday, our household is plague clear. So I can once more venture out into the world. I had a coffee made by someone else yesterday. Fucking decadent.
You.
I know. And I get to see some friends tomorrow, which I'm really looking forward to. And then I'm on a panel at Pocket Gamer Connects on Monday because, alright.
Okay.
Oh, and I get to be like a Shark Tank judge on Tuesday, which is real cool. So. And then, I don't know, I'm just going to think I'll collapse into a nice quiet coma. How's it been going with your good self? I know you're saying you're actually getting some IRL D&D in, you jammy bastard.
Yeah. Got IRL on D&D last night. We solved the puzzle in the way the DM didn't expect us to, and then in the way that he had designed it. I fell down a pit and took like 20 force damage.
Kobold, small and brave, what did lead you to your grave? What thought process did you keep that off your ship caused you to leap? Just because some crazy guy never thought before he tried.
Does not mean that with him absent, you could not be more parentant? Padrant. Podrint. Dorcas, you were batting for a level that my terrible reading skills could not step to, but I mean, thank you for 42 months and for like your ability to weave a rhyme just at a moment's notice come Memnal is something fierce. Perios, I will not be licking the mic, you weirdo.
It's a very specific fetish you got there, Perios.
Why drop the mic when you can lick it?
Actually, it's become a whole running gag in my IRL D&D campaign that I keep licking things.
Well, I mean, it depends on the region. In some places, that is considered ownership.
Well, it was like session 1, we killed some undead. And I picked up one of the bones and licked it as I was like inspecting them. And now it's just become a running gag.
I mean, God, who'd taste the long, dusty bones of ancient dead creatures, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's us. It's us. We've done
It
that.
does. Yeah. Oh, and the DM gave us dynamite.
There's no way that ends badly.
There's no way that ends poorly. He gave us 6 sticks
Get
of...
applied, Mike, Will. Then taste the rainbow. Hashtag cheer 10, cheer 10, cheer 10, cheer 10.
Fearless, you terror. Sorry. Lyris, fearless. Thank you. Wow.
But he gave us 6 sticks of fire gel, which is used for mining. It's dynamite. And so now we're just like, okay, so we're probably investigating a lich.
Bits for bone sup warmed up by explosives.
And so we're like, we're just gonna blow up the phylactery with a fucking dynamite.
I mean, bring the fucking house down. Why bother with dungeon crawling when you can be dungeon raising?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Swan Dragon. I'm gonna do my darndest to get us like as up to the 3 o'clock kickoff. So we'll do like because I feel like recap's gonna be a whole mission today.
Yep.
Liches get stitches. But yeah, so Swan Dragon, we'll try and dive into it as quick as.
Oh, well, hold on. I have a thing that I made specifically for you. Liches get stitches, 2 bells!
2 bells! Ding ding!
So, you're welcome. I now have a 2 bell sound.
Yay! It's just the fact that 2 bells is starting to lapse into the rest of my lexicon is worrying. Like, I never found myself saying what ho to people as a greeting in the real, but 2 bells is definitely in there. Ah! 2 bells!
2 bells.
2 bells! Oh. Well, Bacon, Lyris, thank you. Thank you all. Start this with a train like it's no big deal. Boo. Oh, one of these days I want to look into the auto train switches, so when it kicks off, it happens on its own volition. But that's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I'm one man. Oh, lordy. But yeah, I'm just real fucking excited to be back on this one. I do want to apologise for the bouncing around of previous Memnal sessions. And
When you go to the Animal Crossing general store to sell off the really nice item you found, then Tom Nook rings up the item and tells you he'll take it for 2 bells. Cheer 10, cheer 10, cheer 10, cheer 10, cheer 10.
2 bells! Well, I just want to say, like, Baron, and all of you watching, like, thank you for bearing with. The last couple of the last month and change has been very challenging, to say the least. But we're through it. We're ready to bust open the box, ready to return to our adventures, and I'm very fucking excited for this.
Spotify, where you go?
Where Spotify goes, you cannot
There it
follow. Though,
Yes,
Those smaller folk your toothy friend didst cause their feeble brains to bend. Giant horrors thought you mimic, less a weapon, more a gimmick.
fuck
We
off.
can only hope that you, going down, did not get chewed.
And that later, like a rocket spewed out his massive gullet. Toothy was no gimmick. He was our friend.
The real friends were the mimics we met along the way. Wait.
Although, if we go to the International House of Mimics, iChomp, I'm now curious to see if there's anything else that he's been working on. Because I've just had this thought. Weaponized sack of mimics. Ah!
But till that day should e'er appear, we shall raise to you a beer, swing our axe crossed Alpha's neck, and mourn the loss of our friend Hex.
Oh, Dorcas, thank you for the bits. And yeah, we are out for blood and vengeance. But I don't want to get everybody too into the paint just yet, because we'll do recap in a sec, and then get rolling some dice. Oh, Alna says it's actually the International House of Mimic now. It's just singular. Oh. I keep trying to find it. I saw a t-shirt that said Denny's is just Waffle House for people that can't fight, as a punk t-shirt, and I really wanted it. I bookmarked it and then forgot it. And I cannot find either the bookmark nor the shirt.
No.
And Dorcas has a new fancy shield. Put over the side of your boat. It's a lot of fancy shields. Not gonna lie. But yeah, I also want to apologise, Baron, that you've been probably, I don't know to what extent, but spammed by a large number of D&D TikTok memes. Sorry.
Not as much as I expected, honestly.
Okay. Oh, also, Strager's health is 469. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, most of the D&D stuff on TikTok is middling to trash, but there's a few glorious gems. One thing I didn't realise, though, is how a large proportion of I guess I wouldn't say the D&D community, but people playing it spend a lot of time trying to just craft broken builds.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a whole swath of min-maxers.
Like a weird science lab.
Yeah. But at the end of the day, it kind of comes down to what your DM will let you get away with.
Very true, because
So,
you can always put the brakes on someone who's trying to break the campaign sideways.
yeah.
If they try and throw rules at you, you simply change the rules. And remind them of the agreement. Make them pray you change it no further.
Yeah, literally in the rulebook it says, like, at the end of the day, no matter what the rules say, what the DM says goes. Like...
Now, Wraith's saying, if you're going to break the game, do it in a fun way. Oh, what was it my friend called it? Oh, it wasn't the Discworld rule, but it was something along those lines. That if it's hilarious, you get basically like a hidden modifier to rolls. That he would essentially do depending on how funny the DM found it, he, without telling the players, would boost their rolls to see things happen.
Yeah.
So, if you just try and, stand your ground and kill the Great Knight, you're rolling regularly. But if you try and run away from him while pushing down, jars of honey and oil to try and, Scooby-Doo him so he slips up, if it's described funny enough, he'd quietly start putting bonuses in.
Yeah. It's the rule of cool, but for hilarious.
Essentially, and the reason that they equated it to Discworld is because Rincewind's ability to survive almost any situation comes down to his cowardice and his pithy lines, usually self-deprecating. And I'm like, you know what? That's great. A character with 0 combat ability who just runs. I mean, honestly, I do think the fact that we never did the video series on D&D story stuff was just time. Because I feel like, Barry, like you, me, and a large bottle of something potent, and we could probably deconstruct everything in the tabletopian world.
Yeah.
Caffeine's like, so a bard? Oh.
Actually, 5th edition bards are pretty combat oriented, honestly.
I mean, you can
Like they
insult
have it
someone
in the
to
past.
explode.
Yeah. Also, I think bards are one of the classes that can take power word death.
I'm sure no one's made a bit about that. I'm sure no one's done that yet. Oh.
Sticks and stones may break my bones, but power word death will kill me.
Oh, lordy. But I guess the reason why I've been pondering this is I was chatting with the Longshipian lot about this as well. Like, I've been trying to make a character whose like origin story is literally the most generic NPC of all time, like the tavern keep of that one inn that everybody starts off in. I think we decided on the wooden tankard for the inn's name, and it was real fun just doing that kind of like group character crafting.
Oh, sorry, it's power word kill, not power word death. And yeah, bards can take power word kill.
Honestly, I stopped listening to Power Word Death after like their 3rd album. Like they really started to go down in quality.
Well, especially after the bassist left and started power word heal. You know,
Yeah.
just
It was weird. I mean, I liked it.
The drummer broke off and did power word stun. You know. These are all actual spells. Oh, apparently warlocks can also take power word kill. That's dangerous. It's a fucking 9th level spell, but
We
were actually discussing, just seeing Kevin saying I want to run a game with nothing but bards in the party. We were discussing last night of doing a campaign where we're all just different clerics.
Okay,
Like,
that would be fucking grand.
Like, do just a like dungeon slog. Like you're basically planning on, like just shy of doing Tomb of Annihilation, but something like that, where you're all just bards because you all have some amount of heal, but you're all just different domains.
See, the thing is, now I kind of want to do something that's a mix of like D&D 5th and Paranoia, the Betray Your Friends RP game, and just be like last bard standing. So you're like 5 bards in a dungeon. You have to somewhat work together to get through it, but the goal is to be the only bard who gets out.
Also, Wraith, now I have to
Hey!
call a campaign clerical error.
Jetman J!
Woo!
I was creeping on their adventures in the Sea of Thieves earlier today whilst getting set up. So, who have we got? Wyvern Flames, Jetman J. Jetman's like, hold these, please. We'll do our best. We'll do our best.
What do I do with all of these viewers?
Oh no! My tiny hands cannot hold them! Almost a hamburger. Thank you kindly for the follow. I'll do the spiel now so they can decide whether or not they want to put up with what we've been cooking. So to those of you who've just joined us, Watto and welcome. Welcome to Memnol. Memnol is the creation of one Baron von Sheepington the third.
I had an idea for an all-cleric party. They were framed for a heresy they didn't commit, and had to escape through the Underdark. Now, if you're in trouble, and you know someone, you just might be able to hire the
The Prey Team. Dun, 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 dun. That would be pretty freaking rad. So, Sea Witch, Bowtie, almost a hamburger with flames, White and welcome. So, Memnol is our ongoing D&D game, as created by Baron von Sheepington. But the hook, which I'm sure everyone is sick to death of me plugging, but I still love it, is it's myself and all of you lot playing one character. In this campaign, we're playing as Emberlyn Burns, Tiefling Warlock and primary Firestarter, both socially and physically, in a wonderfully home-cooked campaign. You are cordially invited to come join us. We'll be doing a recap in just a second, but the TLDR is we've just kind of come back from like a time skip arc, if you will.
Oh, and Caffeine, the podcast is going to at least temporarily be on delay because the person editing it is currently taking like 10 credit hours, and so they don't have time.
But the VODs will be available both here and on YouTube. The difference being you'll just have to put up with the interruptions and the nonsense. You'll have to do your own skipping around on the timeline.
If I get time, I'll try and edit it, but no promises.
Yeah. But suffice to say, we'll for those of you who've just joined, we'll give you enough to bring you up to speed to join in on the nonsense. Oh yes, and Dorcas has been providing written summaries like a badass.
Yes.
Though I need to... it's on the long list of things to do. I need to get a Memnol link on the main page of the wiki. That's the thing I meant to sort out last night and forgot. Because the Longship wiki's got a few of the classics, but it doesn't have a straight through to Memnol. I need to change that.
Whisper.
I also need to... sorry, friends, here's me remembering like a million things I need to do behind the scenes. There will be merch coming. Myself and the gentleman I've been working with got these feckin' sweet hoodies lined up, and it's an embroidered Longship logo like over the chest as zip-up hoodies. They look fucking sweet. And just as we were about to roll them out, the supplier of the actual physical hoodies themselves kind of disappeared. So we're back and forthing, being like, but where we find hoodies? We were so ready. It was gonna happen. So, new merch are coming. New merch are coming. Getting it, me too, because Fiona fucking stole mine. The prototype got nicked. Shenanigans, I tell you. Shenanigans! Like, I definitely want to put the, at least one of the two old Memnol shirts back up once we're able to. I regret not getting the white on black one as a hoodie backer like you did, Baron.
Yeah.
The Balu Bowl special.
Yeah. I am quite fond of that hoodie. It is currently very covered in cat hair.
As a true pet owner's item should be. The thing I find with the current season of Memnol is I don't know what I want as a potential shirt design. Caffeine's saying a crew of Redacre with the Sea of Thieves ship in the background hoodie. I will make a note of that. Well, it's got to be the two bells, right? Ah! Fucking love it. Alna says the Emblem of Embers would be good as a hoodie back in.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and the cool thing is, it's Maximus Rake. It's his company doing the merch stuff, and it's real cool. It's also bespoke, so aside from like getting the design sourced, like we don't have to have a fucking front room full of merch, which makes my life a lot easier.
Yeah.
was having a chat with someone the other day, and they're like, "Well, why don't you just sell like t-shirts and stuff?" And I'm like, "Do you have any idea how much space that takes?"
Yeah.
Oh, lordy.
I had someone the other day who was like, "Oh, why don't you just put up another table in your apartment?" I'm like, "I live in a 700 square foot apartment that I occupy with another human being."
Where is it gonna go? The fucking ceiling? Just bang, 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 bang.
Currently, for D&D, when we run it here, I have to push the couch against the wall and put together a table. Like, I have to screw legs onto it, otherwise it lives underneath the bed.
God. Sorry, I try not to be a salty crumb bum, but some friends finally got their big gaming table, and I'm very happy for them. I really am. But they have the space and the cash to be able to get it, and I'm over here being like, grumpy cat face.
Yeah.
Because again, without having it hang out the fucking window, I would never be able to have one of those tables.
Yeah.
It would mean one person sitting down to play Risk would have a very scary time. Basically, clip them onto the edge of the balcony, just hang them over the side.
Yeah.
The only thing I've considered doing is good old enamel pins, because I love them, but you can only get them in bulk. But thankfully, you don't need to get them in different sizes, so that's cool.
Yeah. I actually, I know you can't see it, but I just got a bunch of new enamel pins, and this one is this DM accepts bribes, and it's a picture of beer.
I got a teeny tiny little one from the people who did was it D&T or T&D? The D&D themed tea stall, and it's their little bardcore pin.
Yeah. Actually, the same shop does they do enamel coins.
Ooh.
So it says wizard.
Wizard.
And they're basically they're the proper size, so if you're using a 1x1 grid, you can use them instead of a character mini.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Ping me the link. Well, I mean, after the show, obviously. Ping me the link on that one.
Yeah. And they also do, and I really need one to buy these, but they have chevrons that are, you can show what your character is, and they all line up together. So you'd be like, I'm a gnome wizard, and then like some of them have like which domain you are, or like your level and stuff, and they all like line up.
Ooh.
So just looking at someone's jacket, you'd be like, oh, you're this.
I've been drooling over a company that does them on little diamonds, and so you can have your class, race, style, weapon, and they all line up and lock in. The problem I'm having is that no one's done that yet for Hades, and that's a fucking travesty.
Yeah.
Why can't I just buy a sheet of all the different boons as pins? Why can't I have that? Supergiant, sort this shit out. Tiefling Warlock Disaster, at your service.
For those of you that want a link, there's the link to the Etsy shop.
Thank you, Baron. He says, totally bringing it up and bookmarking it now.
Yep.
No, don't go back to my...
Oh, it should be noted that this shop specifically, you'll notice some of the pins are like half the price, but they say seconds. It's the ones that have design flaw or like manufacturing defects are the seconds. So like if you're okay with some like slight defects, you can get them for like nothing.
No, that sounds way cool. Okay, and I see. Yeah, so you can get your race, class, but then also like levels and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there we go. This DM accepts bribes.
Yep. There's a couple different ones of those.
There was a dice site that I was obsessed with, and unfortunately they stopped doing it because I was going to do it for some presents for people. But they would bundle up the dice that didn't match their kind of quality standards for their sets. So, if you had like a set that's meant to be like midnight purple and one of them, the color came out wrong, what they do is they bundle them together into sets and have them for adoption. And so it'd be a bag of dice, but with like a little adoption certificate and where they came from and stuff. And I was like, that's fucking great! And they stopped doing it. I was like...
Also, the fact that you can buy dice like by the pound is hilarious to me.
Yup. I think it was Lizzie who signed up for the Dice Cream Tub, where you get a tub of, like an ice cream style tub every month, and it's full of dice.
Yeah. I mean, I have a dice subscription. They're actually really nice quality too. And actually, that company also has a metal dice subscription, so you get a set of metal dice once a month. It's like the standard dice is like it's 12 USD a month, and the metal ones is like I think it's 20 or 25 maybe. I forget.
Alnus, it's a dice cream tub because it comes in an ice cream tub of dice. Like that's what you get. Although I think we're all in agreement that whilst feckin' awesome, metal dice are wonderful for display, but will fuck your table.
No, you just got to get a leather bottomed dice rolling tray. That's what I have.
Oh, well, aren't you fancy?
Got two of them actually.
It was just the very first PAX I went with a lot of people who also hadn't been to a PAX at the same time. And the first time we encountered the custom metal dice stands, this was one of our first introductions to real good quality metal dice. Like, you can buy metal D6s anywhere, but these ones that had like gnarly designs and spikes and all sorts. And so we got a bunch of them. And then like first game of Warhammer, when everyone came back, I still remember one of my co-workers with his fistful of gnarled metal, like bronzed dice. He was playing ogres, rolling them on the table, and the impact just sending every miniature up in the air like a bouncy fucking castle.
I actually have my metal dice right here.
Oh, very fancy.
Because I think it was Christmas a couple years ago, Lucifer got me the 3 months of the metal dice. So.
Very cool.
Yeah. But they weigh like this. This is 3 sets of dice, and it weighs like 4 pounds.
Dice as artillery. But no, I'm happy with resin and plastic. Get them fancy colors, and I don't have to worry about like leaving a permanent crack in somebody's table.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Oh, so Lyra's just saying that's why they have a dice tray. They can't go back to regular dice after going metal.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just creeping on the Memnol total, which is 169,569. So that's 169,569. Nice.
Nice.
It's the special number.
Actually, my DM in my game last night uses gemstone dice, which are also real sexy.
Oh, I was disappointed to find out that obsidian not as sturdy as you think it is.
No, it's not.
I acquired a set of obsidian dice 1,000 years ago, and they did not last very long.
Yeah.
Sorry. My phone's still like, hey, you're in a Discord call. Would you like to join it? I'm like... Okay, cool. That's just...
It's just the Spider-Men all pointing at each other meme. Just, wait a minute.
No, but like, as world is opening up, as things are getting better, like, one of the things I'm hoping to be able to make time for is actually playing some, like, in-person Dirt and Dirt. Even if just, like, we're talking about, like, the, 5 clerics walk into the Tomb of Horrors. Like, that kind of, like, chaos nonsense. Like, it's real fun because it's, like, it's you and I and all of these lovely mother hubbards, but I'm still not quite used to, even after years, the delay on Discord when doing D&D. You have to wait a beat and then getting the comedic timing in that.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. Actually, we're doing a soft launch, I think, this coming week.
Ooh.
I'm helping host we're just calling it Nerd Night, So it's like a board game and video game night at a bar nearby.
Way cool.
So yeah, if anybody's in the Capitol Hill area on Wednesdays, basically, the Archangel and I randomed into this bar on a whim, which we didn't expect to be very good because it's across the street from the college. So we're like, oh, it's a frat bar, like.
Okay.
But it was the only place that was still serving food. And we were like, wait, this is actually really dope as long as it's not the weekend. And we ended up befriending the general manager of the bar.
Way cool.
And yeah. Also, the bar has like some of the best fried food that I've ever had.
Ooh. Oh, fried food. I look forward to returning to the world. Like, I think my next outing, if you don't have to roll me back, I have failed.
Yeah.
Lost Flowers is weirdly asking, when do the spider clown enemies show up? Lost Flowers, why you like this?
Well, you haven't gone to the Underdark yet, so.
Okay, Wraith says, you think all timing is bad, all my jokes released 30 seconds behind. But you write them funny, and I can deliver them. It's more like a signed missive of humor than a delivery.
Yeah.
Message for you, sir. It's a joke. Oh, sorry, friends. If it seems like I'm talking very quickly today, I'm simultaneously excited to get back to Memno and a little bit nervous.
Yep. As you should be, because I've had a lot of time to prepare.
I've got no one to blame but myself.
Yeah, our timings have been just not lining up recently. So, actually, I think technically I'm supposed to be, or was originally planning on being in Canada right now. Yeah. We planned a vacation, and then they canceled the ferry. So,
no boat for you.
well, they specifically canceled the ferry on like Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and we were going to go up on a Wednesday, and so we're like, well, god damn it. So we had to push it back like a month.
Yeah, for me it was just...
The secret of good comedy is timing.
It is. This is something that I'm not particularly good at, but I would describe my humor style as basically spamming the parry button in fighting games and occasionally getting it spot on.
Yeah.
Sorry, where are my feckin' manners? Alnis, Lyris, thank you for the bits, friend. Oh, Lost Flowers. I know where the spider clowns come from. And I would say it's better to think of the Hex. Because... But, here we are. Aiden said there are about 3 episodes to catch up on. Oh, then yeah, you've got the Goose Maze to look forward to.
Which, by the way, I'm leaving the submissions for that open. So if you guys want to submit more rooms, feel free. And if we ever need to, we might do a pocket episode where we let people, like, we give people characters and they're like, cool, get out of the maze.
I would really, really like to do that.
So if you have more rooms for the Goose Maze, they're somewhere in, there's a link somewhere on the wiki.
God, the thing is, so Ray said return to the Goose Maze. I can see like the old Atari style box art of that for Return to the Goose Maze.
Oh, speaking of,
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you this. I saw a progress picture of the Moon's Forbidden Love cover art, and it's gonna be amazing.
I'm so ready for that.
So, have you met Esther? I forget. I think
Yeah.
you met Esther. Yeah, it's Esther's doing it.
Way cool.
I pitched her the idea. I'm like, it's gay aliens, and she's like, I'm in. I'll draw that.
Like trashy gay alien paperback novel brilliance.
I'll have to see if I can. I think she texted it to me.
I'm so ready for this. Swan Dragon has experience with Goose Maze making. And Alice, I don't know if it would be Revenge of the Goose Maze, because it's like Jumanji, you know, but with less, I don't know, jungle. You know what? I didn't think this bit through before I started talking, and I really should have.
But yeah, I'm very excited because I believe I have also, at least not in writing, but I believe in person, I've gotten her permission that once we have it, we can merch it. So. All geese carry revenge in their hearts.
Yeah, to imply revenge implies that there's a state in which geese don't seek revenge. Like, that they have a state where they are not vengeful.
Yeah.
I am sorry. Apologies for being multi-track drifty potato. I'm getting that tweet cooked. I'm doing it. Look at me being like actually efficient. Plus, friends, shout out to Baron Sheep once more. Not just for running this, not just for bringing it all together, but for making the feckin' cool time skip video and the little mini poster for today. God. Sorry. I had to explain to someone swans in the UK, and it continues to be one of my favourite things to tell people who've not lived in the UK. So, as you know, swan, big goose, big fancy goose. But what a lot of people don't know is that in the UK, swans are protected by the crown. You can do jail time for fucking with geese. So this means that swans in the UK are... They can chase you. They can fuck you up. And if you fight back, you're in trouble. Like, they are geese with privilege. And this is a real thing. This isn't a bit. You know, Canadian geese, you get a lot of them. You get swarms of them. They'll come after you. But swans are allowed to hurt you.
Yeah.
Swan Dragon's like, wait, I'm protected in the UK? By the crown.
Yep.
Although the dragon is implied in that situation. Alana says, no luck catching them swans then. They catch you. There used to be a bit about, like, you know, the Britain's most illegal dish, roasted swan. Bet it tastes real fancy.
I might need another cup of coffee.
No worry. Go, caffeinate. I'll do my very best to keep these lovely people entertained. I mean, my best.
I'll be right. Well, I can just kick it off real quick. So, be right back.
I mean, temper your expectations, friends. It's just me. But I hope you're having a lovely Saturday, all. Like I said, I'm very excited and very worried to return post-time skip. But Emberlin's box of goodies is here. Tweets are being cooked. Like... It's happening. It's real happening. It has been far too long. And again, I do want to apologise it's been so long since the previous episode. It's just running everything solo here was a lot. And now we're finally getting out of this strange little hyper lockdown we've been on for the last few weeks. Like, it's good. As Fiona was pointing out to me, tomorrow will be my first day off in like 3 weeks, maybe more, since before Fiona went to PAX. And I am going to sleep in. There's nothing exciting planned for tomorrow. I'm just going to have a fucking snooze. I know, I'm so excited.
I'm gonna keep myself muted so you don't have to hear the disgusting sound my Keurig makes.
Yeah, no worry. I'm just nattering about finally getting a snooze. And I've built half a fancy Gundam. Look at this bloke. It's right fancy. It's shiny. I had idle hands yesterday whilst on Zoom calls and stuff, so I just started putting it together.
I started painting Shrike, who you should all follow.
Try?
No, she bought the collector's edition Borderlands 3, and I'm painting her statues for her. And it doesn't show up properly on this, but this is like neon pink, and it like glows under black light. It's real fucking sexy.
Kathy was asking, what are the perpetuant dates for G3? That will be the week that would have been E3, so I think it's June 13th. Let me look at the great calendar. Yes, the week starting June the 13th. So that's when like Bethesda Soft or Microthesda, whatever you want to call them, are doing their big thing, and Jeff Keighley's Jeff Keighley Experience featuring Jeff Keighley, or Game Fest, as I believe he's calling it. Sorry, Polygon put out a great video, and it's not easy watching, but it is important. They put out a whole video about the Call of Duty as a franchise and how it went from being something born out of trying to represent the realities of war into being this bizarre, acid-soaked, Mountain Dew huffing circus. And the video continues to give me life, not just because it's a really interesting deconstruction of one of the biggest names in gaming, but also because you get to see Keighley drink Mountain Dew and be clearly pissed off that he has to do it. Like, the Doritos Pope himself being hoisted by his own sugary petard. Because, yeah, I haven't forgotten about the Doritos Pope nonsense. Shenanigans. Shenanigans! I don't know what else cares about this but me. Ray says, day offs to spend sleeping, or does that mean there's adult beverages in Will's near future? I mean, like, joking aside, my goal in the next few weeks is going to be to ease off the drinking. It's definitely hit the worrying threshold of late, and so, unfortunately when it comes to these things, the only person that can help you is yourself, so I'm trying to ease off the throttle on that one. So I think I'm just going to build Gundams tonight and paint some shit. I've been doing a custom Game Boy case to work out airbrushing. So I can basically fuck up on a scale that I'm not quite ready for. You know what? I've not been doing great, but not awful. So this is the front of the case. And I'm just experimenting with like stickers and decals and things like that to see what works with top coat, what doesn't. And I'm going to give it the most horrifically neon green buttons you've ever seen. Like, we're going for some proper, like, painful eye EVA Unit 1 stylings.
Nice. Yeah. Oh, theoretically, in like a month and some change, I will have access to an art studio. So I need to start looking at 3D resin printers.
It's finally happening. On the subject of printing stuff, Fearless, I kept getting bombarded by this TikTok about like homemade Nerf guns, and one of them being Vash the Stampede's revolver from Trigun.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I was like, Fearless, why does this keep happening to me? Fearless is like, I'm just going to make this for you. I'm like, where? I'm sorry, where? So I've been getting update pictures, and it looks fucking cool.
Nice.
This is the thing. You'll spoil the shit out of me. I'm fully aware of this. Like, I get to spend my Saturday playing D&D with everybody and continuing our post-Goose Maze war arc nonsense. Also, friends, don't ping me on Discord right now, because I can't see it. I mean, you can. I won't be able to see it until the show is over.
Yeah. Coffee needs to be not nuclear temperature faster.
It's cool. I'm enjoying catching up with everybody. This, again, it doesn't show up real well on the webcam, but this little Mother Hubbard here has a titanium finish. So it means it's automatically shiny. And it means I don't have to, like, ink the details and stuff like that. So I'm just... like, there's problems with it. Like, wherever you clip it off, there's an obvious gap in the paint. But all you need to do is just clip it together. Like, there's no sanding the nubs or what have you. And it's kind of fun. It's like a little Lego kit for Will.
Nice. Speaking of Lego kits, Lucifer has gotten a Lego subscription. You know how Netflix used to work, where you'd get a DVD, you watch it, and then you send it back, and then they'd send you another DVD? You can do that with Lego sets.
That's so fucking cool.
So that you just pick out a set you want, they send it to you, you build it. You're like, cool, I built it, but we live in a tiny apartment, and so we don't have room for shit tons of Lego. And so then we just take it apart and send it back.
That's fucking
and they
cool.
They disinfect all the parts between each shipment, and it's fucking great.
And with things opening up and getting better, I'm down to the last few boxes of long shipping things. So at some point in the next couple months, I will come on over with the Ortov's Legacy Lego kit that we got sent, and we'll just do it as a little YouTube video or something. We'll just drink and put it together.
Oh, that reminds me, I still need to send you your Christmas present. It's been sitting on my desk since January.
Well, I have found your Katanika gift, so I'm just waiting for payday to pick it up. It's not what I was gonna get you around Christmas time, but it's better, and I'm proud of it. Friends, for those of you who don't know, Katanika was a holiday that I stole from Dr. McNinja, the made-up ninja holiday. And it's when you're super broke around holiday period, but you still want to get people stuff, and you can be like, hey, happy Katanika. This was meant to be from winter. It's now August, you know?
Oh, speaking of gifts and things, the day that shall not be mentioned just passed. And so currently sitting at my feet, I have a 3D printed Buzz Axe from Borderlands 2 kit that I need to put together and then paint.
Hells yes.
But it's like a full size, 3 or 4 foot, 3D printed Buzz Axe.
I hope you know I spent that day kind of looking out the window being sad. I mean, it wasn't raining that day, so I had to pretend like it was raining, pouring water on the window.
It's huge. So I need to sand and put it together and then paint it, which I'm very excited for.
All right. So to your lovely, lovely selves watching, who've been putting up with this nattering for 50 minutes, I'm so sorry. When I said we'd get to this sooner, now is the time if you want to go grab yourself a cup of tea, a beer, the blood of your enemies, whatever you need. Now's the time. We'll be kicking off. Yeah, we'll kick off in 5 minutes. Then we'll do recap and begin the fucking. Are we calling it the war arc?
You can call it whatever you want.
Point.
And right, thank you. We're currently referring to it as the anniversary of the day that I got roofied.
I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh.
Which, by the way, I was fine, but would not recommend.
No. Aiden saying, wait, there are days it doesn't rain in Seattle. That's the great trick they play on you. It's less dreary than the UK. It has this misting kind of rain thing, which isn't bad. It
drizzles once a day for 3/4 of the year. But then during the summer, we'll go a month without rain.
Yeah. Things get real flammable.
Yeah. Real flammable. Which reminds me, I need to pick up a gas mask. Because we're going to get smoky in the summer.
Yeah. We're still lucky because the aircon unit we were very kindly gifted does work as an air filter. So we should be alright. But
Ours kind of does.
Our new place has 2 bathrooms, so we can alternate cold showers and cold baths and stuff. Because that was the only highlight of last year's heat wave, was sitting in the bathtub in my swim trunks with some fucking cheap champers in a bottle being like, hey, it's like the world's cheapest spa, I love it. Getting drunk in the tub.
Yeah.
So, friends, you may get the cold tub stream. Hey! Feckin' hell, raid after raid today! Although, Baron, I do need to warn you, as we are in the presence of a shady doctor.
Oh no. Like unlicensed or like just like kind of
Or
I don't know how to
perhaps
trust this guy.
a combination of a regular doctor and Marshall Mathers, aka Slim Shady. It's one of these combinating factors. Sorry, I'm in a mood today.
Slim Shady's brother that got a PhD.
Yeah. Didn't you think of going into music? No. I heal the human body. But no, so Rogalath, Shady Doctor, Loki Darklight, who else came on in? To all of you who've just joined us, Watto and welcome. Also, Lyris, Caffeine, and Wraith were ready with like shield wall, like bam.
It's probably just a command on their keyboard, just slap it and just post that to...
Caffeine's got like a flick switch push button defend. Night Owl Coffee. Hello. Okay, Night Owl Coffee is a brand I would buy the shit out of.
Yeah.
I'll take 2 bags of the light roast. As I found out recently that the darker roasts actually are less caffeinated.
Yeah, that's actually why I prefer... also, cold brew is more caffeinated.
Yeah.
Because caffeine gets mildly broken down by heat. So if you cold extract it, it's more caffeinated.
What are you talking about? I've seen Caffeine in the heat and he handles it fine. I think I'm funny.
Dad joke, 2 bells!
2 bells! As the entirety of Shady Doctor's audience is like, the fuck did you just bring us in on?
No, we're out. I'm done. Like, just leaves.
Yeah, no. Thanks.
It's that scene for Community where you walk back in with the pizzas and just everything's on fire.
And Fred, happy Saturday, mate.
Has Will set fire at the countryside yet? No, because we haven't started yet.
Yeah. We're about to. You've got...
It's also really hard to set a continent on fire when, 99% of it is water.
Not impossible, just difficult.
It's difficult. You did blow up a planet, or blow up a floating island.
We did. That was fun. We haven't blown up any planets in this campaign. Fred's like, sounds like a challenge.
Yep.
Okay.
So Mark Fred, if you're unaware, the world that Mimnal is set in is mostly flooded because on both of the ice caps there are currently sitting 2 ancient dragons that melted them.
And they are not happy. So, to everyone that came in with Shady Doctor, Watto and welcome. Shady, I hope you had an excellent stream and thank you for bringing your crew in. If you've not joined us for Memory Equals Null yet, or Memnull for short, as the cool kids call it, it's our D&D campaign, organised and run by Baron von Sheepington III, and it is myself and you lot basically controlling the actions of one Emberlyn Burns throughout this... I don't even know where to begin. We just escaped the Goose Maze. It's all-out war. Welcome. But what it means is that it's not just me playing and you lot watching in reverent silence. So make suggestions, throw in some one-liners, some pithy ideas, and we'll somehow careen through this campaign together. I think we decided that everyone hanging out in chat was going to be like the varying voices in Emberlyn's head.
Sorry. Aiden with, wait, it's 99% water? Please tell me if there's an annoying Triforce quest on the second to last session.
God damn. Well, there probably wasn't till now. Baron's like, water temple? Question mark? Exclamation mark.
Which, by the way, this is the pen that I use for taking notes for D&D, and it is a fountain pen.
Ah.
Because I like being extra.
Well, also, and when you draw it thusly, that means everyone at the table knows shit's going down.
Yeah. I also, because, and you'll see it in a moment, I am also incredibly extra. My character that I'm playing in my IRL game is a wizard, so I wrote myself a spell book. It's a proper leather-bound spell book. And my DM has actually stepped up and is now delivering us like handwritten notes that we found. We found a bunch of ledgers, and so he actually like wrote. But you should all go follow him. He does stream occasionally. Titans Advocate, Titans _Advocate.
Indubitably.
Delightful human being.
Titans has been flexing their painting skills in No Grey November, and continues to. I continue to be in awe of it all. Fred suggesting Will needs to invent dehydrated water. Just add water. And yes, Dorcas, it does sound like an Omega Mart product. God, everyone's been to Omega Mart, and it looks real cool, and it turns out there's a fucking ARG LARP that you can do in the whole exhibition. I'm over here being like, but that means I have to go to Vegas, and Vegas is scary. I don't want to go to Vegas. It's a silly place.
Now I'm trying to find the link to their actual channel because it's not actually. Meow. When your followers list gets too long and you can't find people. Oh, there. Oh, there's no underscore, sorry. So yes, everyone do me a favor and go follow this lovely human being.
Woo!
And, oops.
I mean, if you're in the Longship, you probably know Titans already, so give them that boost.
They also go by the moniker Titty Avocado because I misread their name once. I was very tired and I misread their name. And I'm just like, who the fuck is Titty Avocado? Oh, it's Titans Advocate.
You know what? I can't... You need the cadence to make it work. I can't say it. I can't say it.
Yep. How long is the character list for normal? The viewer-made ones? Jesus.
Yeah, Wraith, in fairness, I did once call the Great Blue Heron the Great Blue Harlot, and they never forgave me for that. They still remind me.
It's currently broken up a little bit, so...
Alrighty, and dear friends, if I could once again help get your help with breaking the Twitter algorithm, if you all wouldn't mind giving this a punt and a boost, so that people might know.
It's so currently the character list is broken up into a couple different spreadsheets, but it's like 120, I think.
Now, if we had infinite money, what I would do is like the end. Like I'd have like if season 2 has an end credits moment, it would be all the created characters as like a dance number. But that's the money no question ridiculousness of it all. Right. Yes. Tweets have been posted. Shenanigans have been achieved. Coffee has been consumed. Well, some coffee.
It's almost wrong.
Baron von Sheepington III, are you ready to get started?
Can you give me 1 second? I'm gonna beer on deck and turn off my AC so it stops making fan noises in the background.
Hey, no worries.
Give me like 2 seconds.
Sorry, friends. I don't mean to fall off the conversational wagon here. I'm nervous. Like, it's been a long time since we've come back, and before the big time skip. Oh boy.
Okay. All right. So, are we ready to run the intro?
I think so. Okay. Season 2 intro fixed.mp4.
Yes.
All right. Am I going to be able to pull this off without fecking it up? Let's find out. Yay! Season 2! Part 2! The Adventuring. Complete with Roll20 in night mode as well.
Yeah, look at that. All right, so everyone, welcome to Memory Equals Null, the campaign where all of you and Will are playing the same character, a one Emberlyn Burns, an amnesiac warlock who is also the herald of one of the old gods, the Queen of Embers, currently tasked with spreading her awareness that she exists, and to wake the rest of the old gods, of which you've awoken three?
Yes. It was Big Larry. No, what was his name? Well, the god of forests, the god of the hunt, and the god of night.
Yeah.
Which hasn't caused any problems at all.
Definitely no problems at all.
That was it.
Carl, yeah. You have spoken to, or you thought spoken to, many of the current pantheon of deities, but you found out it was actually all of the goddess of trickery pretending to be all of these gods to kind of influence you to do things to kick up trouble. Once you had unknowingly done her bidding, she threw you into her ever-changing labyrinth where you were stuck for 2 episodes. And you just got back out to discover that one of your party members is no longer with us. It has been about 3 months. It felt to you like it was only a couple of days in the labyrinth, but time is weird in there. So in reality, it was like 3 months.
Spellbook?
Yep. So you are currently back on the GWS Epoch with Sharsu and Amber. And yeah, you just got caught up. It turns out Hex has died.
I can't believe you've done this.
And yeah, the Turtle Paladin Legion that Sharsu used to belong to is currently going on basically a crusade, and just because they think the gods have stopped talking because they need to like purge evil from the world, so they're going through and just like conquering all of the isles.
That seems healthy.
But I say 7 months. Sorry, 7 months. Thank you, Dorcas, for correcting me, since Dorcas takes better notes than I do.
7 months have passed since Emberlyn got chucked into the goose maze. Oh, right, fuck off.
So yeah, you are currently on the GWS Epoch. Am I missing anything? I feel like and there's a ton to recap, but we can't recap everything.
Before we got thrown into the maze, like we felt we were on a great quest to awaken the old gods, and that's one of the few things we're pretty sure our goddess, the Queen of Embers, had actually tasked us with. But so far, yeah, every other time we spoke to a god, it was them. So we basically got played, like, badly.
Yeah.
And then imprisoned, and then we busted out like cool kids. And now we've shown up into basically all-out war. So, hooray!
Really? Do you have input, Whisper? Do you have additional thoughts?
Whisper, did we miss something?
Yeah, Whisper, did we miss something? No?
I mean,
Okay.
Memnull's not just us, it's also and Whisper the cat. I forgot to include that in the early pitch. Alna says, wait, even God of Gods? The extra god from outside?
Yeah, actually, yeah, it is 4 gods. Oh, of the old gods you met, because you met the god of hospitality.
Oh yeah,
Who's the one that got you out of the maze?
fuck off, Dorcas.
Key. Actually, you may think this is a cat. It's not. It's actually a dog in the shape of a cat.
Yes. Also, chat's bullying me already. I just wanna make sure everyone's aware of that. I'm being bullied already. And yeah, Wraith, I'm very glad we didn't ice the Storm Goddess's ex, because from what we can gather, basically the God of Trickery was trying to get this whole conflict kicked off. They had us wake the Dogs of War, the Were Legion of like hidden combative lycanthropes of varying descriptions. And if we'd killed the Storm Goddess's ex, that would have kicked off a whole thing over there. So yeah.
Good stuff.
We were basically the trigger person for this whole fucking thing. And we've come back to basically see the aftermath. Okay. Right. Let's get them character sheets ready to go.
Yes. So you basically just out of nowhere stepped out of the cabin of your flying ship, to the shock and awe of Sharsu and Amber. Sharsu, the Tortle Paladin, who is now the High Paladin of the Queen of Embers.
Yep.
And Amber, the Amber Stormbreaker, the Stormbreaker Bard, that has joined your party.
A bagpipes playing specialist whose abilities as a Stormbreaker allow them to pass through the unnatural storms of this world. I had them play like a bagpipe solo while we wrecked face one time. It was pretty good.
Yeah. I also realized Friday when I was prepping or Thursday when I was prepping for this, Amber's the only character that I hadn't made a character sheet for yet. So I had to roll her stats. Because I realized you've never actually properly used her in combat, so...
Yeah. I mean, she was adjacent to combat, certainly. Had an influence, clearly. But yeah, friends, if you have any questions about what's going on, or want to know more on the characters and stuff, let us know. We'll fill you in as we are going as best we can. But from here on in, you'll know as much as I do. We're in this together, friends. Okay. Without further ado, take it away, Baron Sheep.
So yeah, you've just been informed that Hex has indeed died, and that you've been gone for like 7 months. So yeah, Sharsu and Amber kind of give you a quick rundown of the Tortle, the Emerald Shield, has been like rampaging through the island, slowly taking over various cities. Sharsu is like, Ferandreth is now just like, it's completely under their control. They've made tieflings literally illegal. They're all imprisoned in war camps, war camps. So we're trying to slowly fight back from them, but it's hard to fight against the largest army in the world without a united front. All the islands are basically just hunkering down and trying to defend themselves as best they can, but there's only so much we can do. General Mina has currently tasked us with a special mission. Mina's a general now. Where there's some mysterious something that's picking off the Emerald Shield crew members on their various ships. It swoops down out of the sky, snatches a couple. It's sunk several of their ships. We don't know if it's a creature, if it's a rogue ship, if it's pirate. We don't know. So we're trying to figure out, because it only attacks their ships. They've actually engaged in combat with other ships, and this thing swoops down and only attacks the Emerald Shield.
Emberlyn kind of, basically from information overload, just shakes the head and goes, wait, are we talking, do they only swoop down at night?
Yeah, they're currently just referring to it as the Black Death, because it only swoops down at night so that nobody can get a good look at it, and it's incredibly fast, so it just comes in, steals a bunch of people off the deck of the ship. Sometimes it attacks the ship itself and sinks it. For what we've heard, it sounds kind of like gunfire, where there's no fire or explosions. It's like it melts the ships.
I think I know who that is. I might have an idea, though I don't know where they would be. Sorry, this is just a lot to take in all at once. What's the current situation? Just Emberlyn looks around to try and work out if they need to panic or not.
It's like, well, we're currently about a day or so south of Tajemna. So let me move you here. You're about here.
Oh.
We're about a day or so south of Tajemna. This is where they were last sighted. There's been another incursion of floating islands, and the Emerald Shield is going through, taking them over, pillaging them for resources, and using them as staging grounds, basically. So we're afraid Tajemna is next. They've actually sealed the dome entirely, so you have to get special permission to get in or out of Tajemna currently.
Okay. Emmeline takes a breath, a beat, and then just jump hugs Chasu.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, he hugs you back very genuinely, like, and Amber comes over and also joins in the little group hug. And Amber's like, hey, so where the fuck were you? 1 second you were here, and then you were just fucking gone.
How direct an answer to that do you want? Because Chelsea, are you still drinking? We might need to drink. We might.
He's like, oh yeah, and he pulls up his little keg.
Okay. If we're not in any immediate danger, you're going to want to sit down for this one. So, we've spoken with what we thought was a lot of the gods. I mean, you've both seen a couple of the old ones, but, apparently goddess of war and storms and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how to tell you this. We got played. Straight up. We got played. Well, at least, to my knowledge. The Queen of Embers is as legit, but everything else that we saw was one big old feckin' shell game. We were talking to the same god, trying to get us to kick off all of this that's going down right now. And once they had considered myself expendable, once we'd done everything they needed to light the powder keg, they threw me into... Oh, God. Imagine 1,000,000 rooms, and every time you open and close a door, it's a different room. That's where I've been. For me, it's only been a few days.
Amber goes, but I'm sorry. The ever-changing labyrinth is real?
Oh, yeah. I did. Fucking weird.
Okay, because, I've heard there's legends about it, that it's, the way that Dalfa tortures people, but no one's ever come back from it. So, okay, that's fun.
We got lucky. Turns out Dalfa doesn't just use it for torture, but as like a holding pen. I met another one of the old ones. They were a little bit pissed. They got played, and so we shook on. I want to say a gentleman's agreement, but I don't know. What kind of agreement do you forge with old ones? Anyway, I helped them get out. They helped us get out.
They're currently still in your axe.
Yeah. You might get to meet them at some point. They are very straightforward. Emberlyn says with as little sarcasm as possible. Honestly, I've just taken to calling it the Goose Maze, because there was a goose in one of the rooms, and we just didn't. I don't even know where to begin. Some of the places within there are cruel and nasty, and some are just mean, mocking little jokes duct taped together. Sorry, roped together with weird magic. Emberlyn just invented duct tape in this universe. Cool. And we found Lammy. Say hi, Lammy. The axe growls.
No, Lanny, the wizard.
Oh yeah, we did find Lanny. Yeah, we also found another guild member trapped in there. They're currently residing in... What was the name of the bar of the goddess?
The tavern in the middle of everywhere.
They're currently recovering in the tavern in the middle of everywhere, as they were in the maze a lot longer than I was.
Ambrose, I'm sorry. The tavern in the middle of everywhere is real too?
Yeah, it's actually... Oh, I was... Oh, yeah. And it's wonderful.
Okay, that's weird.
I mean, by this point,
wait, so...
it's not even the strangest thing that's happened.
Wait, so if it was Delphi, I wonder if... And she kind of looks over at Sharsu, and he kind of goes, yeah, so currently,
Wait, what?
as you know, the gods have gone silent when the queen woke up. But the Emerald Shield is currently claiming that they are now the only way to communicate with the gods, and that the gods are speaking to just the High Paladin.
That sounds spot on. I mean, that's what Delpha played on us. Each of the times where we thought we met the gods and conversed with them, we didn't. It was just Delpha playing like 5 different hand puppets all at once. Hell, I think the Lower Lord might have been one of the few legit that we met, but even that I'm not sure of anymore.
Aldous with, what else is real? The taco of infinite value? Alright.
Damn it. Aldous, I'm trying to be serious here. Oh, Dodge, yeah, no, Lower Lord, also Dalfa. Yeah, it's been Dalfa every step. The only thing I can be sure of is the Queen of Embers. And, like, Chaosu, I'm so sorry I dragged you into this. Your god... You weren't forsaken. It was Dalfa fucking with us.
He just kind of like that. Once you said it, clicks in his head, and he just goes, "Oh God!"
Yeah. Like,
as my neighbor set off to smoke along.
I'm glad I introduced you to the Queen of Embers, and it's wonderful to fight by your side. But I'm sorry that I led you into what was essentially a hoodwinking of the deities you believe in. So I'm sorry.
As well, the queen has done me no wrong thus far, and honestly, she's and he like picks his war pick up and goes, she's been quite the boon, honestly. So, gonna have to have some existential dread about that at some point, but I'm just gonna keep going with it for the time being. And this is the first time you've actually gotten like a really solid look at his war pick.
Yeah.
In recent memory, anyway. It's now, so it's like the war pick on the front, and then it's got one of like a miniature version of like your ship crystals on the back. But it's blue instead of red. And it kind of has this like that ember sheen to it, just constantly.
So yeah, that's what happened. The current carnage going down is obviously Delpha up to something larger. I can't imagine they're just messing with us for the sake of it. There's got to be something more, but like, what?
This music does not fit the...
Okay. So the things that we can be sure of: the Queen of Embers and the old gods. That great big stag, the Nightwing, which is probably the thing that's chowing down on the Emerald Shield. I mean, I saw that thing eat a Leviathan, so some Emerald ships will probably be like snack time for it.
Okay, you want to hear the music? Is it too quiet? There's in fact music.
Yeah, that should be better for him. And so you're saying Hex tried to fight a Leviathan by themselves?
Yeah, and they did manage to at least distract it enough to let us get away, but...
Is there any chance that... I mean, we've seen what Toothy could do. Is there any chance they just chewed their way out of that damn thing? Is there... Sorry, you must have checked.
I don't think so, unfortunately. It's at this point Amber, who is kind of just like looking around, pulls out, she's got a little like one of those telescoping spyglass things, and kind of like looks up, she goes, "Oh, there's our rendezvous."
Okay. Well, I'm back. We know we're being messed with. And, taking out the axe, I've got this thing. So all I need to do is take Delpha and combine it with this at great velocity, and then I'll feel much better about myself.
Well, that does sound like a very good plan. Because honestly, if anybody can fucking kill a god, it's probably you. Crazy bastard, and kind of like punches your arm.
I mean, feck it. What have we got to lose? Turning away from the group for a second, what was the god of the hunt's name again? Sorry.
Sakena, I believe.
Okay, so it's kind of like taking the axe down and being like, okay, Sakena, we're on the outside. You're under no obligation to hide in the axe. But if you can give me a bit of time, I'm sure I can give you some choice hunting grounds. As right now, and I kind of wave the axe over the side as if somehow they can see out. It's a lot of water up here. So you're free to leave anytime you want. But I will be more than happy to deliver you to the fun zone, we'll call it.
In the back of your mind, you hear Sakena's voice. It just says, I need a host. An avatar.
Okay. How long can you survive without one?
You just get this, like, chuckle. Just, the hunt is eternal.
Okay. I know a great many hunters, and I know a lot of them would be honored to be your host. So.
Honest is like a blue person or the anime? Like the Hindu thing. Where the word comes from.
That was a joke in Moon Knight that had me yelling at the TV. Anyway,
I haven't watched that yet.
Okay. So, resheathing the God Killer itself. Oh. I'm braced to head to where we're going. All right, I'm sorry to nip away for 2 seconds. I am trying not to pee myself live on Twitch. I will be 2 seconds. I'm so sorry.
Yep. Go. Shoo. Hi, chat. How y'all? Once again, for those of you that are unaware, these numbers right here are hidden sub and bit goals that when you hit them, things happen. Did Will say P-Train? I think he might have said P-Train. Hey, Mr. Square Peg. I've been all right. It's been a week. But we're here at the weekend. I was telling Will earlier. I did that thing where I was sleeping in. I was letting myself sleep in, and I looked at the time. Like I woke up, looked at the time, and it was like 10. And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna roll over, give myself another like 30 minutes or something. And then I woke up and looked at the time, and it was 1:15. Like, oh god! So I had to like jump out of bed and like hit the shower, and I had to run over to the liquor store to get beer because never drive drunk, never jam sober. Currently, today we are drinking 10 Barrels Brewing Company's Pilsner.
Make way for P-Train.
P-Train 2 bells! Oh. Yeah, those extra 30 minutes are dangerous. So clearly I needed the sleep, so no regrets, but...
Thank you for waiting. Also, you're all terrors. Okay.
Right. Amber, at this point, goes and takes the helm, and fires off the engines, and you kind of about face, and you start heading towards something that she saw on the horizon.
I think Emberlin's just going to go and have a sit in the cabin for a little bit. Like, yay out the maze. Boo, Delph has fucked everything over, and so much so that, you know, we've lost Hex. You know, the little heart and soul of our group. You know? So, Emberlin's just going to go and have a little sit down.
So it takes you... I mean, your ship is real fast, and, like, you feel her, like... She doesn't just, like, slam the throttle, but she cranks it up slowly, and, like, you feel you're going at, like, real good speed. So it takes, like, probably 45 minutes. And the helm is actually above the cabin, the way that the GWS Epoch is configured.
Yeah.
And you hear her, like, stomp on the roof. She's like, boom, boom, where?
Taking a moment to compose themselves, Emberlin. Breathes deep. Not breathing deep, Peter. Breathes deep. Okay. Game face. And with admittedly mock confidence, strides out of the cabin.
So you stride out of the cabin, and you see you are rapidly approaching 3 very large ships, all of which bear the Golden Wake crest on the bow.
Oh, nice! We got a fleet!
No, the Golden Wake has an armada. Like, that's like your ship is the GW. It's the Golden Wake Epoch.
Why did it take you that long to realize? How long? What is this? Episode 14? The GW Epoch, the Golden Wake.
Yeah. So your ship's name is the Epoch, and the GW, and it's kind of like being like the USS or the HMS or whatever. It's the Golden Wake Epoch. So yeah, you're approaching one of the ships, and I was like, we're basically just checking in, resupplying. We're running a little low on food, so yeah, you sidle on up. You know, mooring lines are tossed. They drop a gangplank over to you. Amber gets up on the gangplank, and the captain is, like, standing there, you know, arms behind back. And you recognize the captain. It is in fact Glassjaw.
Yay! From the other side, Emberlin just starts being like, "Hey, Glassjaw!"
Amber does a little salute, and she goes, "Permission to come aboard, sir?" And he's like, "Permission granted." "Where the fuck did you find him?" She's like, "Yeah, he just walked out of the cabin." "What, was he just taking a nap for 7 months? What the fuck?"
It's very complicated!
She's like, I will debrief you in a minute. It's like, okay, whatever. Well, it's good to have you back. And he, like, gives her a quick hug. He's like, "Crew, refit them. We're gonna go debrief. Emberlin, if you would like to join us."
Aye, aye, Captain. And with a little bit more of Emberlin's kind of like faux bravado, strides across the gangplank.
And actually, Sarsa goes, "Admiral."
Sir, thank you. Right. Thank you, Admiral.
So yeah, you follow him, and this is like a huge ship. Like, there's probably like 30, 40 crew members on the ship.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's massive. So you walk back into the captain's quarters, and it's sparsely decorated, but it's nice. There's currently a very large table with a map on it, and there's, you know, various little, like, ship models on it. And he walks around to the other side and goes, "All right, anything to report?" And Amber goes, "We've heard of more sightings. We think we're close to at least getting a sighting of whatever this Black Death thing is."
Aaron, I know its name, don't I?
Hmm?
I've met it. I'm just trying. I'm sorry. I'm drawing
The
a
god?
blank. Yeah.
Shihada is who you think it is.
And so I just add Shahana. The thing, the swoopy thing and the murdery thing, their name is Shahana. Everyone's going to be a little bit of a jerk. Got to use humor to offset the feelings.
Glasser just goes, sorry, you know what it is?
Yeah, I woke it up.
You woke it up.
I saw it eat a leviathan.
Oh, that's not terrifying. Okay. Do you know why it's only targeting the Emerald Shield?
That I don't know. It could be the Emerald Shield's... It could be the Emerald Shield's zeal has basically caused them to say, feck all gods. And Shahada's taken exception to that. But they aren't a force of malice. They are... How to describe them? They're the embodiment of the night hunt. The silent predator that swoops down on its prey. There's no hatred usually in their actions, you know. They're a great big, for lack of a term, bird of prey. So the fact that they're only targeting the Golden Way, they're only targeting the Emerald Shield means they've done something to piss it off.
Yes. Interesting. All right. And he points down to the map. He goes, so last we heard, it hit a fleet that's currently stationed here, and I'll work on your map here.
We shall fight all other gods. Well, I took that personally. Sorry, where was Blast you're pointing? Oh, there, okay.
Yeah. And Amber goes, yeah, so we heard that it was here. So it looks like it's, and that was 2 days ago? And he goes, ours was about 4 days ago. So it looks like it's heading probably about here. If it's going in a straight line, but who fucking knows? Which would track if it's tracking the Emerald Shield, because it seems like they're currently in a roundabout way, making their way, they're island hopping up towards Tajemna. So that would track if it's actually following the fleet.
Interesting.
Yes. Well, as soon as you're resupplied, you have your mission, find out what this thing is, if it's intelligent, if it is Shihada, if there's any way we can coordinate with it, because it's done a much better job of taking out ships than we have, well, except for even Sharsu.
Wait, what? I look over at Sharsu.
Yes. Oh yeah, I've killed a lot of people. Glass goes, oh, have they not told you? They've basically single-handedly been guerrilla warfaring the ships. They drop down in. Sharsu with his fucking warpick there is one of the few people that can get through the total shells.
I look over with like a fucking yo.
He goes, yeah, it turns out if you use one of these crystals to basically rocket propel your pick through their shells and then burn them from the inside, they die real good.
Oh, I don't want to imagine what the smell must be like, though.
Yeah, Emma goes, yeah, it's not good. He's like, yeah, it does have some downsides, but it gets the job done.
Okay. Well, the good news is that if it is Shahada, they are intelligent. We may be able to speak with them. At very least find out why the Emerald Shield has pissed them off so personally, and how we can avoid doing that in the future.
So.
But then that stands to reason. If Shahada is after the Emerald Shield, what about the other old gods?
I don't know. Now that you're apparently back, and he walks over, he's got a little desk in the corner, like a roll-top desk.
Yeah.
He flings it open and he shuffles through some papers. We got a report about a month ago. There's seemingly some kind of organization. They won't tell anybody who they're working for or anything, but there's been a bunch of Dragonborn asking about you.
Dragonborn?
Yeah, like we've had multiple reports of. It sounds like the same 3 to 5. The reports kind of vary. Our intelligence is a little at the moment. Dragonborn going around trying to locate you. They're all dressed in similar. What's the? Not scale mo. Yeah, no, yeah, skin or not scale mo. What's the other one? Oh god, my brain is just like blanking on the word. They're all dressed in similar armor. They seem to be part of some kind of order or organization. I don't know, but when asked about it, they won't tell anyone. Just that they're looking for you. Now it's the one between plate and scale.
And my brain immediately goes, Loria segmentata! You can take the boy out of the game.
It is scale. No, it is scale now. Sorry, scale now. Brain's just being dumb.
Yeah, thank you, Dorcas, for basically being Emberlin's good memory. Interesting. I don't know. It doesn't sound like they're the Dogs of War, but I...
Oh no, definitely not the Dogs of War. The Dogs of War are with us.
Oh, thankfully.
Like shit, and he points out the window to one of the other ships. He's like, that ship is like 90% Dogs of War, which, watching them fight is a very specific person's fetish. It is terrifying, and they're efficient and gruesome.
I had a feeling when we started this, but oh boy, I'm very glad they're with us. I'm very glad they're with us. Okay. I don't know much more about this particular group of Dragonborn. I know that they're looking for me, but I don't know why. So could be good, could be ill. There's too much to break down for you, Glassjaw, but suffice it to say, before I got whisked away, I was operating on a significant amount of bad intel, and it's led to a lot of the shenanigans that are currently going down. How can I phrase it? Someone who was using me and my team as a misinformation operation. So I don't know who these Dragonborn are. I would not meet with them without serious backup.
Yeah, like I said, we've instructed everyone in the Golden Wake to give no intel on you, mostly because we had none. But felt like you should be aware of that there's people looking for you.
Thank you. Good news. I brought some backup with me. One of the few good things to come out of my absence is, Shahada, the old god of the night, I should say. And then I don't know if you saw what happened to green spires, with green spires getting greener. That was Carl. And one of the old gods of life. I brought with me the old god of the hunt.
Yes, well, it's apt that now you're hunting for whatever's hunting the Emerald Shield, so hopefully they can help with that.
Yeah, my only worry is that those two will end up in competition. Now, the Golden Wake were originally a guild of hunters, so I have a feeling that our new friend is going to be with us, but it is at their discretion. At some point, need to sort them out, and an avatar or something like that, but that's a tomorrow problem.
You also do know that Sakena mentioned that they're the one that trained Shahada to hunt.
Oh, yes. That's a very good point. So, yeah, thank you for reminding me. Anyway, so there's more than a modicum of success if we can make contact with Shahada.
Yeah.
But, okay, is there anything else going down? Everything happened. It seems like everything has happened so much while I have been away.
Yes, no, we're just trying to... I mean, we don't have nearly as much, resources to throw at things as the Emerald Shield does, so we're trying to basically guerrilla warfare them and pick them out where we can. Currently, my armada is heading south to... They've set up a little bit of a station down there, which seems like they've left a pretty small skeleton crew behind to defend. So we're going to go try and take that over, get what supplies we can from them, maybe a couple of extra ships.
Okay. Amber, Shasu, what was your plan before my dumbass showed up? Just head towards our night creature friend?
She's like, yeah, no, our mission, we were just resupplying here. We happened to be nearby, needed supplies, so we're resupplying them. We're trying to find our night hunter friend.
Okay. Has there been any contact with the Null pirates? I feel like they'd want in on this.
Glasstar kind of chuckles and goes, contact, no, but they are enjoying the chaos, it sounds like.
In a good way or a bad way?
Mostly a good way for us.
Okay.
They have attacked a couple of our ships. They're pirates, they're opportunists.
Fair.
So there's less of us, so we get hit less often, but they are also hitting the Emerald Shield.
Okay. Okay. Feels pretty clear what we've got going on next. Sorry, one of the voices, Wraith, being like, "We got a hunter god, needs an avatar. Any volunteers?"
One of the dogs are warping, like, I volunteer tribute.
We can probably find someone. Okay. Okay. Well, Glassjaw, as wonderful as it is to see you again, I feel we should get underway lickety-split.
It's like, yeah, the reason we're sending y'all is your ship is faster than any of the rest of ours. So we're hoping that you can actually chase this thing down better than we can, because whatever it is, it's pretty damn fast.
Okay, we'll give it our darndest. Hopefully we can get within hearing range of it. Although, Emberlyn looks at Amber, and then looks at their bagpipes, and then back at Amber. We might be able to get them to hear us.
She kind of chuckles. Right, can you give me like 2 seconds? I'm out of beer.
A great crime we can solve. Okay. Yeah, Dorcas, you know what? Mina would be the perfect... But I don't know if the Avatar kind of gets taken over, or if they kind of cohabitate, or what have you. So... I don't know if we want to just take one of the random Dogs of War and basically get them super promoted. Lyris, Dorcas, well, I mean, all of you, have a ponder what you think is best in terms of the Avatar, and we'll... There's nothing we can... but then again, if we can get an Avatar now, then, the student and the master can have a conversation, which would help. Yeah, you know what, Wraith? Asking questions helps. Okay, Emberlyn kind of looks off into the middle distance for 2 seconds and just goes, can everyone hold for, just a moment? Just a moment. This is going to seem weird. Just a minute. Emberlyn turns away from everybody, heads into the corner of this little cabin, unhooks the axe, and kind of cradles it like kind of cradles the blade like you would like a small furry animal. It's like, okay. Hey, so I got a couple of questions. Do you like take over your potential avatar? Do you work together? Is it like a team thing?
Again, in the back of your mind, you hear his voice goes, it's, I imbue them with power and knowledge, and I suppose you could say it's a team thing.
Okay. Because there are a couple of people I know who would very much love to team up with you. I just wanted to make sure, okay? Thank you for being very patient. Like, do you need anything while you're in the axe? Like, can I get you something?
Just silence.
Okay. Pops the axe back. Right! Sorry about that. You know, herald stuff. You know how it is. And Emberlyn strolls back to the table. So, I think we're in agreement, friends, that it would, like, Mina or one of the team would probably be the best person to team up with them. The problem is, where is Mina right now? And can we find someone between now and meeting up with Shahada? Because if we can get Shahada an avatar now, the hunt god master meets the night god, student. Okay, so yeah, you're right, Dorcius. We should ask Lyris as well. So turn to Glaster. I'm like, okay, this is going to seem very random. Where's Mina right now?
Currently, I believe she's in Tajemna.
Shit. What are the chances of getting into Tajemna right now?
Difficult, to say the least. They've sealed the dome. Very few people in and out. Anyone in and out, they incredibly thoroughly search every ship.
We'd have to answer a lot of questions if we went through. Okay.
Yeah.
Are we able to get any communications in and out of the Gemma right now? Sorry, I have an idea.
It's a bit spotty, but we can get some.
Okay. No, there's no time. Right. With your permission, Admiral Glassjaw, I'd like to address the Dogs of War on one of your vessels. We're going to need a volunteer. We're going to need, looks left, looks right, a puppy.
He goes, sure. Also, I would recommend not calling them out to their faces.
That's a very good point. Thank you for that idea. Immediately, Emberlyn's brain just yells, "Puppy! We're getting a puppy!" Keep it on the inside voice. Right. Okay. Chasu, Amber, I'm going to go sort the not puppy, winks at Glassjaw, situation. And I'll be back with possibly a new crewmate. Just hold tight, alright? Friends, I'd love to get Mina the avatar, but time is against us right now, so we need a hunter.
Yeah, so Glassjaw walks out of the cabin with you, and he yells at some crewmates like, "Get the dogs over here. We have someone that wants to talk to them." And so they signal, and the Dogs of War kind of sidle up next to, their ship pulls up close. So now you've got these 3 ships all joined together.
Okay, so I look at it and go, most of you do not know me. I am Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. And today, I need a volunteer. Those of you who consider yourselves to be great hunters, or wish for the might of the hunt, I need you to step forward.
Sorry, responding to a thing. Everyone on deck takes a step forward.
Okay. You will be joining my crew for a super secret super mission, which may or may not involve facing down creatures beyond your understanding. Feel free to take a step back if that's too much.
They'll kind of look at each other. I think like a third of them step back.
Okay. I won't lie. This operation is very special. One of you will be forming a partnership, a bond, with one of the oldest beings, the great god of the hunt themselves. You will be working hand in hand with them for the remainder of this conflict. And again, if this is not something you wish, step back.
Of the ones remaining, I think about like half of them like step back.
Okay. Now, let us begin the selection process of Awesome. I unhook the axe and I point it at them, but not blade on, flat on, like a divining rod.
You're just like waving it back and forth.
Hey,
and just like Thunderdome. No, we don't want them to fight each other. We need people.
Okay. Do any of these seem like cool people to you? Emberlind like hoarse whispers to the axe. Yes, Wraith Emberlind is making those noises while waving the axe in front of her.
I think they're all just giving this like, what the fuck is happening? Look. And again in the back of your head, you just hear, none of these are hunters. These are scavengers.
Okay. You! And I point to someone like middle row.
Yeah.
Are you a hunter?
Kind of looks confused and goes, yes, sir.
You're nervous. You got the eyes. You got the eyes of a badger. A badger who's seen things. Step back. Okay. You! And I point to someone like far right. What's the biggest thing you've ever hunted?
Probably a drake. It was a big one.
Did you eat that drake?
I mean, yeah. What else would you hunt them?
That is pretty good. Okay, you can stay. That is actually kind of big. What do you think? This one killed a drake. How does that sound to you?
Just silence.
Okay, not impressed.
Oh, drake burritos.
Oh, don't! Why does every time we do one of these, I end up fucking hungry? Look, Dorchus, I am trying to find someone to be an avatar here, and they are not helping me. Drake barn me. Fuck off, caffeine! Apparently, Emberlin's hungry as well. Emberlin, like, dead-eye stares the front row again. Who is your strongest warrior?
I think they all point to like one dude. Like literally just all are like that guy.
You! Step forward, soldier.
It's this like huge ripped like half orc. Like he honestly might even be like 3/4 orc. Big old scar, one of his tusks is broken off, like.
You! How have you engaged in the great hunt? And I point the axe at him with his answer, kind of like a microphone.
He goes, well, currently I'm leading this ship, and we hunt the Emerald Shield. Both to fight them back, and he kind of looks over his shoulder and chuckles and goes, for pleasure.
Okay. I hold the mic at him, trying to get him to like answer the question more, like a terrible interview.
And he's just like,
And how's that going?
pretty well. We've taken out. What's our body count at this point? It's very clearly that this is like the captain now. He like says that over his shoulder to his first mate. His first mate's like, we've felled 7 ships so far, sir. 7 ships, probably. What would you say, like 75, 80 people? The first mate's like, thereabout.
Not bad, not bad. But you strike me as more of a captain than a hunter. Which, by the way, is awesome. Like I said, I'm not the one judging here. I'm just facilitating. Who is your weakest hunter?
They all point to there's like a literal child, like a 12-year-old, and he's like, "Hey."
Emberlyn looks at the child, is suddenly very uncomfortable, and pretends like they didn't ask the question.
It's very clearly like a cabin boy or something.
We are not taking a literal child into battle! Like, I still feel guilty about the 3 tabaxi in a trench coat. Wait, was it 3 kobolds in a trench coat? They were babies, they died. Sorry, just Dorch is saying, is it at this point, like, Shasu and Amber are like, why couldn't this guy have just stayed at the Perpetual Tavern? I was tabaxi, okay. Okay. So I kind of, so I assume Glassjaw is still watching this, like, this ridiculousness unfold.
Yeah, he's like standing behind you, just kind of curiously watching.
So after everyone points to the child and Emberlyn gets very uncomfortable, Emberlyn kind of like side shuffles over and brings up the axe like a conversation shield to hide their faces, even though people can clearly see. Be like, hey, so the old god's not taking a shining to any of these lot. Do you know anyone who's, you know, like a hunter? Like the rawest sense of the word. Like you've served with these people, like you've served with these people under you. God damn it! Why can't I phrase things well today? It's not what I meant, Glassjaw. Don't look at me like that. I mean that you've led these people into battle. One of them must have stood out to you as a hunter. And
He kind
Emblem
of
peeks over
ponders
the
for a
top of the axe. It's back down again.
He goes, 2 or 3 spring to mind. They're not amongst, and he just gestures to these 3 ships. Amongst these, I can put word out though that to try and have them meet you somewhere if you'd like.
I mean, ideally, I'd like to before we head out to meet this, to meet another old god.
Yes, last I heard, at least 2 of them are up near the Red Isles, and one was doing recon and sabotage, basically, near Ferandrith. So they're all a bit a ways.
Emblem turns the axe this way to look at the rest of them and then put the shield between them and Glassjaw as they eye up all the dogs of war. Oh, okay. So, record scratch, Emblem thinking time. So, Lyrus, my thinking is this. I'd like to get, God, why do I keep failing to say the name? The god we've got in the axe. I'd like to get them an avatar so that they can help facilitate us talking to this old god. Because, like, we woke them up, so they know us, but we're not really of any value to them. Like, we're just that little person that operated as their super-duper alarm clock. I feel that bringing essentially their mentor with us in avatar form would, I want to say, like, endear them, but would definitely help the, oh, hey, what's up? Just wanted to have a conversation about how you're killing the bad guys, and that's awesome. But, I mean, as you can see, okay, so we are here. Wow. Our target, where we think Shahada is over here. Wow. And the potentials that Glassjaw has suggested, including, so we've got potential saboteurs here. Boom. Over on the Red Isles, we have the other 2. Boom. And Mina is currently in Tajemna, but the chances of getting in are slim to none. Not without getting searched to high heck, and that's going to open up a whole can of worms I do not want to touch about. So if we tried to find a good avatar, that would involve just heading out, probably to the one of Farandrith around here, being like, hey, what's up? And then heading over to try and find the night creature. Like, the epoch's fast, so we've got a better chance than most people, but that
would still take like a week.
Yeah. And currently I think we have to risk it for a biscuit, you know what I mean? So yeah, so that's my thinking. I'd love to hear what you all think we should do on this one. Because you can see what I'm going for. We could ask our ride-along god if they wouldn't mind choosing a temporary avatar for now, so that they can come with us, and then just having one of the Dogs of War volunteer to be kind of their keeper for a bit. George says maybe we can chat the Queen before we commit to any plans. That's a good point, but that's going to... You're right. We should try that. But I don't think that's something we'll be...
You haven't talked to her in like 4 episodes.
Yep. And I mean, I don't know how God time works, but that might be a long time.
Sorry, at the sound of the word biscuit, all the Dogs of War suddenly turn towards us.
An entire unit of special forces were creatures, all completely undermined by a single squeaky toy.
They all just do the squirrel thing.
Okay. So, with the axe now turned to like this, I once again whisper and go, okay, would you consider a temporary avatar while we find you someone worthy of your skills? Would you consider taking one of these under your wing as a trainee of the hunt?
They respond, to be an avatar is until death.
Please. No, we're not doing the cabin boy! Darn it. Twirls axe while thinking. It's a god-killing axe that contains an old god in it, and we're treating this thing like a fucking chatting screen.
Yep.
God.
So that's very on brand for Everlyn.
Okay. Yeah. Be great for hunting for lost earrings. Okay. Well, and then we just kind of like, we just finish after twirling. We're like, all right, thank you for being patient. We're gonna find you a proper avatar. Okay. Dogs of War! Again, you do not know me, but I am proud to know you all. While there will not be an avatar of the hunt this day, it fills me with great joy to hear your successes, and it fills me with incredible pride to be able to fight alongside you. Emberlyn kind of looks around, hoping that someone else is going to like take over this little speech. Like, Glassjaw, I'm in it. Can you help me out here?
Glassjaw's like, all right, you are all dismissed. We'll be heading out shortly once we get these lot resupplied. As you were, and like salutes, and they're like, you know, the salute. They unmoor from the ship, and push off a bit.
Okay. Thank you, Glassjaw. All right. Reseal it. Rehoist her in the axe. Okay. Wraith, I'm sorry we didn't get a puppy. All right. No, Dorcas! Too soon.
At this point, Sharsu, who was like checking back out on your ship, comes back. Is like, all right, we're resupplied, ready to go.
Okay. Well, without further ado, let's get going. So, friends, we'll just let you know the plan. is that we'll just be heading straight from our location to try and find our big old night hunter, and hopefully we can facilitate a conversation. And if not, then it will be bad. Right. Moose, we are not taking the child. Stop it. Even though it would be hilarious.
So you board your ship. Glassjaw, kind of salutes you as you push off. And kind of as you're leaving, he's like, "Good hunting." Amber, waves. Sharsu's at the helm currently.
Yeah.
And
good hunting to you, Glassjaw. Good hunting to you.
Glassjaw then turns and starts barking orders. They signal the other three ships, and the other three ships turn and start heading southeast.
Okay. You'll know the heading. Should we get underway? I assume you've all been doing great without me, so I don't feel the need to tell you what to do.
Yeah, Sharsu just turns the ship and starts heading, slowly up the throttle. You notice now at this point, they actually, both of them now also have goggles.
That's how you know they mean business. Okay. So Chelsea's piloting. Okay, Amber, I have a task for you.
She's like, yeah, what's up?
We need a
She was polishing her bagpipes or something.
We need a song.
Whatever you do to bagpipes.
We are going to need something that is loud, and possibly on the higher note order. Think about a song you would play to charm a giant bat.
She goes, "That's a very specific request."
Yeah. So, I haven't had luck finding us an avatar for our god of the hunt, so we're going to have to do the introductions. That means we need to be able to say hello. Here's my hope. We can play a song that evokes their name, but says nice things about them, how they're, the great hunter of the night, silent, able to destroy leviathans with ease, enemy of the Emerald Shield, friend to the rest of us, yada yada yada. And hopefully, as we get closer, Shahada will hear it and hear the nice things we say and not treat us like an easy to reach for snack.
Just okay. I'll keep it a ponder. I'll see what I can do.
Because if my hunch is correct, Shahada will know we're coming before we see them. So hopefully this indicates... Yeah. Hopefully this indicates we just want to have a conversation and, friends with the people that woke you up, bestie best friends. And they won't descend upon us with silent hunting wings of destruction. Fingers crossed.
All right, she pulls out a notebook. She's like, I'll see what I can do, and starts writing.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to make a call. All right. So Emberlin, having given Amber instructions, and Xiaosu knows what he's doing. He's got this. We're gonna head into the cabin and close the door. I know it's a tight little space, but we're gonna do our best. So, unhooking the God Killer, placing it on the ground, taking off the pistols and the pistol and the knife and the varying implements and laying them out. Emberlin takes the ever-warm coal and tries to focus on it. Focus on the heat of it, the fire. I would like to cast Thaumaturgy. I think it's Thaumaturgy? Yes. Okay. I'm going to attempt to cause the ever-warm coal to glow ever brighter. Let the heat, let the light of this heat envelop the room. I know I'm being arty, all right. We're trying to talk to the Queen of Embers with an ever-warm coal and not a fire. So gotta feckin' try. And I don't want to start a fire on a ship because that's a bad idea.
Yeah, it's not a great idea. All right. Do you mind if we take a quick bio break
Not
at this
at all.
point? Seems like a decent stopping point for a moment.
Yeah.
So, because I have been drinking beer and I have to pee.
Well, you first. I'll talk to these lovely Mother Hubbards.
Fair
So,
enough.
Asari, lovely to see you. To catch you up, we are post time skip. We have made it out of the Goose Maze, and everything is at war. The gods are at war. The people are at war. It's a feckin' state. We've met up with Shaosu and Amber, but sadly, at least according to what we've been told, Hex has gone, leaping off the ship to fight a Leviathan single-handedly so that the rest might get away. So that's where we're at. We're trying to find the old god of the night, because apparently they've been picking off the bad guys, the Emerald Shield, and so we're going to go have a chat with them. That's our goal. I was kind of hoping the God of the Hunt would take to one of the Dogs of War, and we have a new puppy friend. But it is what it is. You know, gods be fussy. That's the old saying. And you're right, Lyris. A puppy could never replace Hex. Like a puppy would make us feel better. I love the idea that young were creatures turn into young versions. So, like, you know, someone who is a werewolf from birth, when they're little, they just change into a regular dumb puppy. We're not taking the bloody What is wrong with you lot? Don't make me get the hose. Moose as a Golden Wake member might be an option. Possibly. But it's definitely one of those that... It's definitely one of those that we need to find someone who is a real hunter. Because I don't think that the old god will settle for just anybody. It does look like Mina is the obvious choice, but who knows? Lord Traden, Watto. We're just taking a quick rotaty-potaty bathroom break during our D&D session. How's it going? Alright, go get a snooze and be safe on your 4-hour journey. But I hope you're doing well, friend. And, on that note, I leave you with Baron von Sheepington, and I'll be back in just a second, friends.
Hello. How do? All right. Puppy train? Poor Pup Time bot is getting a workout today. Yeah. How is chat doing? Other than Puppy Train. Lyris stirring the pint glass up there a bit. The growler, if you will. Oh, there's so many dog emotes that you can share with. There's a lot. Dorcas, I'd have to double check on that. I'll have to look at the calendar and see where you are. Harmonious, welcome. How was your own tabletop session? We're just doing a quick bio break as we were at a good stopping point. Emberlin was about to try and contact his goddess. As I crack another beer. Cheers. Can you get a pet, a good boy that will be a good dog to help us out? If it's possible, I mean, you can try. like basically anything in D&D, you can try. We're about to get dead. Hey, Kisa.
Hello, hello.
Your favorite threat D&D as a DM.
Right. Wraith, we are not going to ask the Queen of Embers if we should have gotten a puppy. Okay. So, are we ready to jump back in?
Yep.
Okay. So the weapons are laid out neatly. Emberlin's holding the ever-warm coal and casting thaumaturgy on it to have the glow ever brighter, envelop the cabin. And we're focusing on the heart of the ever-warm coal, grasping their medallion in hand. Emberlin focuses with all that they have. Just, Queen of Embers, can you hear me?
Yeah, so you like close your eyes and you say this. And suddenly it gets very quiet. And you open your eyes. And normally when you've talked to the queen, it's been in like the throne room of the current pantheon. But you open your eyes and you suddenly find yourself somewhere completely new.
Okay.
The ground is like, it looks like volcanic earth. Like there's little cracks and you can see the like glow coming up from underneath it. And then in front of you, up on a little like raised dais, there is a giant like obsidian throne. And sitting atop it is the Queen of Embers.
Oh, and scrambling to Emberlin scrambling to their feet, bows and takes a knee. My queen. I got stuck in a pocket dimension. I'm sorry.
She, like, the slightest smile goes, I'm aware.
I managed to make it out, but I'm sorry. Delpha played me like a cheap back alley instrument. And
It is kind of her domain to be tricky.
I've had some success. I mean, waking the old gods was your request, right? I didn't get tricked there as well.
She goes, it was, and so I see. Welcome, Sakena, as she's like looking past you, and you turn and you see him standing behind you.
Emberlin
Like this giant, like wolf-like thing with like a skull head and just like black smoky tendrils.
Emberlin lets out the ever so slightest meep, and then remembers where they are. Oh. I brought people back from the pocket dimension, so the maze wasn't a complete failure.
She stands and like steps down from her little dais towards you. She goes, do you think I would have allowed you to be thrown in there if I didn't have a purpose for you going there?
Emberlin looks gobsmacked. Like, finger in the air, like they're about to say something and then just... Emberlin chooses not to respond, realizing how dumb.
She knows that she could not kill you. Because... And she just kind of gestures to herself. Goddess of rebirth. So she chose to take you off the map. But I was aware that she had a friend here, so I allowed it.
Okay. This makes a lot more sense now.
Caffeine, if you want insight checks, feel free.
I mean, yep. Hells yeah, let's go for it.
I think you know your insight. I think you know pretty much all of your stats at this point.
Yeah, I think. God, I think there was a few we were still just guessing on proficiencies, but that was it.
Yeah.
No, caffeine rolled a 15. All right, let's see if I can do much worse. 13.
Okay. All right. As far as you can tell, she's telling the truth, and this is the Queen of Embers.
Okay. Emberlyn is dumbstruck for the moment. And then... So much happened while I was away. The world is at war with itself. We lost Hex. The bravest little one of us. What should I do?
She just lays a very gentle hand on your shoulder, and currently she seems a little bit larger than you. You kind of get the sense that, like, especially the old gods can kind of vary their size, and she's trying to, like, bring herself down, but she's still a little bit larger than you. She lays a hand on your shoulder and goes, "My orders still stand. Spread my name. Wake the old gods. There is a war on, and we need all the soldiers we can."
Wraith, Caffeine, are we really doing this? Are we asking about Hex? Are we... Because I'll do it. Sorry, Caffeine said, maybe don't ask right now, as they rolled a 3. Okay. Okay, you're right. J-Post, Tepigen. You're right. Well... Okay, my queen. We shall wake the old gods. We shall bring the fight to whoever challenges you. But... as dumb as it is to say, I feel lost without our little champion. As the god of rebirth, is there anything you can do? Can Hex be brought back to us? I never seek to use your powers for my own gain. And I hope... This doesn't seem as selfish a request as it could. I feel I let him down. I want to try and make that right.
She kind of puts her hand on your chin and raises your head up to look at her. And she simply says, "Child, I cannot rebirth what is not dead."
X yet lives. He's alive!
I know
Yo!
Feck yes.
Emberlyn literally jumps to his jumps to the feet and leap fist pumps into the air like, yes! I'm gonna go save that little guy so much! And also wake the old gods. And like Emberlin's doing like a little happy dance, like bouncing around. They're in front of their god, their great deity, and one of the oldest gods of the hunt, currently doing like a dumb little happy Fortnite dance in the middle. Like, yes! Also, Lyris and J-Post, fucking thank you! It's a lot of ones! After uncomfortably longer than they should have, they realize the situation they're in, stop dancing, and take a knee again, like, sorry. Well, my queen, I will do my utmost to bring the champion back to us. Because there's something about that little guy. You know? Of course you do. Sorry, I'm saying dumb things now. Very happy about this. My queen, how many more of the old gods need we wake?
That is a complicated question. There are many. But if we make enough noise, it will rouse the rest.
I look over at the Great Hunter and I kind of give him like a crazy grin, like a, ha, you want to make some noise?
Yeah, he's just like he's sitting down now at this point. Like he's just sitting, kind of watching the proceedings.
Because to you lot, we get the old god hunter, we get an avatar, they make bestie best friends, and then we hot drop them into Farandrith and turn that whole place into a fucking horror movie. Like, we just turn Farandrith into like the most dangerous game. Oh, he's alive! So happy. Okay, sorry. Again, Emberlin keeps losing their composure and then being like, looking at the queen and being like, I'm sorry. Okay. My queen, thank you for the answers and for the clarity. Despite all that Delpha has done, I will not fail you. And, you know, if there comes a time when either of us can get revenge on Delpha, like, I wouldn't mind being involved or being allowed to watch.
She grins, says, Delpha will get the reward she deserves in time.
Thank you, my queen. You wouldn't happen to know where Hex is specifically, would you, my queen?
I believe you will find them soon.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the blessings you bestowed on Chaosu. Thank you for looking after my crew while I've been absent. And thank you for the faith you put in me. And at this point, like, Emberlin bows properly. Like, the the weird dance humor dissipated. There's genuine reverence at this point. Yeah, Lyris. She obviously knows. She's not telling us. Okay. Yeah, so we hold the reverent bow. I don't know if she's going to spit us back into the cabin or what have you.
After a moment, you hear rushing wind and you look up and you're back in the cabin.
Okay. With a newfound happiness, Emberlin collects up all the weapons, puts them in, tucks away the coal, trundles out, and says nothing to the other two. If Hex is going to get to do a big reveal, a welcome back, I'm not going to take that from them. That's Hex's little moment. What did we say? That this is actually Hex's story? Like, we're just we're just facilitating Hex's tale. Oh, Dodgers is not cruel. Hex gets to have like a big, hey, I'm back moment, like we did. It's only fair.
So you, like you open the cabin door and you're immediately just like buffeted by wind. You're going at like max speed. You're just like, oh god. Like Sharshu's sitting, or as Sharshu's piloting, Amber's sitting with like her back to the bow, so the wind's kind of whipping past her.
Emberlin's kind of like hands in front, trying to walk against the wind coming through. Like, how's it going?
She's like, hey, I think we're getting pretty close. Once we get sighting of them, we're gonna stay at a distance and wait till night falls. Hopefully, the Black Death shows up.
Shahada.
Sure, yeah. Shahada.
Let's...
Fucking windy.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Then, yeah, there's nothing to be doing. Then, let's find ourselves why am I trying to talk? Emberlin's trying to make regular people talk noises whilst the wind's just ripping past, like trying to chat to someone on top of a train. Maybe we should... you know what? They know what they're doing.
Yeah. So do you just want to wait until...
Yeah, we'll wait until nightfall, because there's no way they're coming out before then.
Yeah. After a while, Amber starts, she pulls out a little spyglass and starts scanning the horizon. And it takes, you've been traveling for a decent chunk of time, 8-ish hours. The sun's starting to go down. And right as it's, dusk, Amber goes, I think I see him! And points, and you see these, specks on the horizon. And Sharsu's like, damn good timing. And then takes you, up into the clouds. She hands you the spyglass, and you look, and you see there is a floating island there with 6 ships positioned around it.
Okay. Amber, Shasu, is there anywhere near here where a large creature might nest or wait?
She goes, not that I know of, but the islands have been popping in and out a lot more frequently, so who's to fucking say?
Okay. We might need to chase one of them if one pops up corresponding to the attack. But for now, break open the sandwiches. Let's have a sit and a watch.
So you get close-ish. Above the clouds, you realize, you went above the clouds to get close, and then Sharsu slows you way down, and then very slowly, as dusk fully falls, lowers you down and actually sets you down in the water. You're looking up there. I don't know, a mile or so out. You're far enough out that, and you're such a small vessel, you'd be very, very hard to spot as long as you're not lighting a campfire on your boat.
Don't start a fire. Don't start a fire. Don't start a fire. Sneezes, accidentally casts create bonfire. Fuck!
Basically. I don't know.
Well, we've all been there. Don't judge me. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, looking at the ships, it seems like they're using the island as a staging area. You see lots of people going on and off the ships. They're resupplying. It looks like they're doing some drills, that kind of thing.
Okay. Daughters wanted to ask if the ship at this point floats on water via magic or just regular boat physics.
At this point, Sharksu is completely powered on the crystals, because the crystals do give off a faint bit of light when they're powered up.
Okay.
Hex still lives. Now to bring him back, let's bust a blackout that will bring the reconing of all storms and wake the old gods. We should get a puppy, a blink dog puppy. It will be epic to get some revenge and kill it.
See, and now I've got to let Asari down. We don't have a puppy. This is what you started, Wraith. Sorry, thank you for the $10. That's feckin' kind of you. All right. And it does look like Mina is one of the contenders for the Avatar, but you're all saying Little Hex. Hex as the Avatar of the Hunt. Anyway, eggs, chickens, baskets. Hex isn't back with us yet. All right, he still lives, but it's not. That's not counting in. Moose still says heck puppy. Feck. Sorry, Wraith's like, why am I to blame? I'm not the one who said getting a puppy. You promised the rest of Emberlyn that we were getting a puppy, and now I have to let them down because we're not getting a puppy. Blaming Wraith for this one. We're not getting enough. We're not getting a dog. Okay. No, but seriously, sorry. Thank you for that. Like, that's a big feckin' help. Okay. So we're floating on the water. We're watching as dusk turns to night, whilst the Emerald Shield are doing drills and loading ships and stuff like that. Okay. Yeah. Emberlyn's just gonna take up a little seat, borrow Amber's spyglass, and just keep a hawk eye on it.
Yeah. So you're all kind of eating rations, keeping an eye out. Sharsu also has a spyglass, so they're you're staring at the Emerald Shield. He's searching the skies to see if he sees anything. You're munching on some rations. Hour passes. It's fully night now. Occasionally you see the moons peeking through the clouds. It's actually quite peaceful and quite nice. You see there's a bunch of campfires on the island.
Okay. So
and again, there's 6 ships, so they're about the same size as the one Klashai was on. So there's probably 200 Emerald Shield up there. And you're just kind of sitting, waiting. Do you want to try and chat with anyone while you're doing this, or you just want to sit? You're far enough away that you don't have to be quiet. Again, you're a mile out or so.
Just kind of unhooking the axe and being like, hey, if Shahada was nearby whilst you're in this vessel, would you be able to talk to them, to know they were there? I forgot to ask you. Once again,
silence.
Talking to my axe on here. Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'll
Both Sharsu and Amber look at you he keeps doing this thing. It's super weird.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna. You know what? I'm just gonna put you down. I'm not gonna put you back in the sheath. So if you see anything, you can tell me, okay? And I kind of prop it up next to me like a little friend. So
Offer a bit of beef jerky. Just, you want some? No? Okay.
You see that? I take the spyglass and I put it to the axe.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
Absolutely. It's been so long, I forget what perception is. God. Those are the saving throws. Perception. There we go. Persuasion. Performance. Perception. Here we go. 9.
All right. You hear Amber and Sharsu whispering something to each other, but you can't make out what they're saying.
Okay. Okay. I can't think of anything we need to do right now. I mean, like I said, I don't want to tell Shalsu and Amber that Hex is back, because if we have to fight to get him back, I don't want to... chickens and eggs and all that, right? Right?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So you're waiting
with the axe, just hanging out.
With the axe. You're waiting for an hour, 2, 3. A bunch of the bonfire or the campfires have died down. There's still 1 or 2. Clearly, a couple of people are still keeping watch. But the movement on the island has more or less stopped. You see the occasional person, moving around, but it's just people doing patrols and, having to pee in the middle of the night or whatever. And it's approaching about midnight. And then you hear in the back of your head, a hunter approaches.
Abba! Yasu! Eyes up!
Yeah, at this point, both Sharsu and Amber were like nodding off. Like, what?
Psst, eyes up! What's happening?
And yeah, you like start scanning the skies looking for any movement.
Once
and yeah,
again,
you just
passing it the eyeglass to the axe.
and even without the eyeglass, you see just this like thing emerge down through the clouds. Like you just see the clouds can go whoop, and then like this black thing just like comes down. And it swoops down and it does a pass over one of the ships. And even from this far out, you hear a scream, just blood-curdling scream. And then like they start sounding alarms, like ringing like the alarm bells, blowing trumpets, the whole liner, and it's just like the whole thing wakes up. They start throwing wood on the fires to try and get better light, and you see it circle up and swoop back down, and it just like, keeps making passes. And then you hear this like boop, and you see something fly out from the black thing and hit one of the ships. And there's more screaming, and if Amber's like, it's melting the ship as she's like looking through the spyglass.
That's awesome! You're seeing this, right? You said you taught them? Damn! Yes, Emberlin's talking to the axe now. No, I will not be answering questions on this further.
Sharsu goes, Emberlin? And as he's like trying to track this thing, it's like, look, I need you to fact check me on this.
Yeah.
Watch when it gets close to the fire.
Alright, so I focus on the fire that Xiaosu's pointing out.
At this point, they're like trying to, like they unleash their cannons on this thing. They're trying to hit it, but it seems like it's doing evasive maneuvers. And it keeps swooping in, and you keep getting like little glimpses of it, but it's really hard to track. It's fast as hell. And it's doing these kind of erratic movements, so it's really difficult to check to see. Can I have you do a perception check for me?
Heck yeah. 6.
All right. It takes you a while. Like this is going on for like 10 minutes, where it's just swooping in. You see it just keep like grabbing people off the tops of the ships, and a bunch of the people are clearly like scrambling below decks trying to get away from them. But as soon as there's nobody on deck, it just starts shooting at the like launching the things at the ship again and starting to melt it. And like you see it hits one of the big crystals that's keeping the ship afloat, and like the crystal snaps off and the ship starts like tilting midair and slowly starts like going down.
That's our friend from work.
But eventually you're able to like keep track of where this thing is going, because you're starting to notice like a pattern of where it's going.
Yeah.
And it is definitely not Shahada.
It's not Shahada.
No, like you don't see it flapping, it's just moving through the air.
Lowering the telescope with a shaky hand like, hey crew? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Sharsu goes, I think it's a ship.
But at that speed?
I know you look up, and again, it's hard to see because you're just getting like the silhouette of it, but it looks roughly like it's probably about the size of your ship, maybe a little bigger. But it looks like it has like tentacles hanging off the bottom, which is what keeps grabbing people.
Okay. What do you think, crew? Should we approach? I think we should, because it doesn't seem like this thing's gonna leave them be. Oh shit, could be. Oh, that would be... Okay. Oh no. Snap decision. Okay. Emberlyn clasps the telescope down. Hopefully it's one of those ones that clasps and I haven't just broken it.
Yes, it is. It's one of the telescope.
Fuck. That's a clasp before you think. I'm like, right. Xiaosu, crystals up. Amber,
Like, all right.
just be ready. We're gonna go... Be ready with the song. We're gonna go make some friends. Okay.
All right, so yeah, sure. So you fires up the engines, you take up out of the water, and you start kind of not at like breakneck speed, but you start approaching at a decent clip.
Yeah.
And as you're like tracking this thing with the spyglass or just looking at it, you slowly start to see, and you catch glimpses, and you're able to see just the bow, and you see glinting golden as it flies past one of the fires. You see the name of the ship.
Oh, you bastard.
And it says the GWS, the GWS Toothy.
Fucking yes! Yes!
And then you focus on the bow, or where the like the steering mechanism is, and you see sitting at the back of it this giant billowing cloak, a tiny little kobold.
Amber, start the song! We're going to see a friend!
At this point, they've sunk like 2 of the ships.
Oh. Uncocking one of the pistols, I look over at Xiaosu and says, can't let our friends have all the fun! Let's go!
Okay. So yeah, Amber like starts up the bagpipes, and starts playing incredibly loud. It's almost deafening because it's so close to you. As you make your way in, and you guys start doing passes.
Now, I doubt that we're having much success. Emberlyn's not really trying. Like, I'm not casting Burning Hands or anything like that, but just firing the pistol and laughing maniacally. Like, this is brilliant. Hex is back. We're wrecking face. They're about to have the best surprise they've had all day. This is brilliant. Like, just hanging onto the ship with a pistol wildly yelling, "Who wants to live forever?" Clack! What now? Shields? Clack! Highly
so
unlikely
Amber
to
pulls
hit
out.
anything.
She's got a pistol as well. And she starts like, as you do passes and get close, she starts like picking off or taking shots at people on the decks. 2 of the ships at this point are like unmooring, are trying to like take off and flee. This goes on for...
We're just gonna do a couple of like almost donuts around the island with bagpipes are blaring and pistols firing. Like, faggot!
A couple of the ships, as they're fleeing, like they take pot shots at you, like with their cannons. But you guys are fast, and so you're really hard to hit.
Whee! Clack!
Yeah.
This is amazing!
At some point, Sharsu actually, like, because they're taking shots at you so regularly, Sharsu specifically flies down in front of one of the other ships, and there's fire at you, and it misses you and hits the other ship.
This is so good.
Shortly after that, that ship starts tilting and going down as well. You see people like jumping off it, and they just like fall down into the water. The final ship that's remaining, you actually don't see anybody on it. It's still like moored there, and you see no movement. So the other 2 ships are leaving, and it seems like the GWS Toothy is not chasing it. It's just circling the island.
Xiaosu! Bring us round to side on that ship. We better go say hello.
So he like starts angling you up towards the ship. And yeah, you come up beside the ship and you start matching its speed, and you can tell that, like, you've run the ship at full speed. You're not currently at your max speed, but you're able to go up next beside them.
Yep.
Yeah, looking over, you look over, and sure enough, yeah, it's fucking Hex. It's got this giant billowing cloak that you have no idea where they got. And for what you can tell, they've got an eye patch.
Emberlyn is just overcome with happiness. Just, yay! Wildly waving. There's no hint of cool at this point. Like Emberlyn's just welling up a little bit, like complete dork tear, overly happy.
Yeah.
Hex buddy!
And now that you're next to it, you can see it's the ship that Hex is currently piloting looks very similar to yours, where it's got like the 2 crystals on either side and then the one in the back. The crystals are blue, but through the middle of them, there's these like veins of red.
Ooh.
And then like, yeah, the entire thing is like kind of fleshy, kind of wooden. At the front, you just see a bunch of teeth. And you see the front of the ship is actually opening and closing a little bit, like it's chewing something.
Aw. Toothy, buddy! It is good to see you. You have grown.
Yeah. And yeah, Hex looks over and sees you and is like, and like waves.
2 dorks on 2 ships, both waving at each other.
Hex angles down and starts heading back down towards the island and like slowing down a bit.
Emberlyn's just too happy to give like sensible command. Hopefully Sharsu knows what we need to do. Otherwise we're just gonna keep doing donuts.
Now Sharsu like follows. And you get down to like, and you like are parked over the island, to where you can like jump down. Hex jumps off and lands and starts like running towards you guys. The cloak is too big for them. It's just like dragging on the ground.
Oh, I just run up to them and give them the biggest hug.
Yeah. So yeah, you give them a big old hug. And they're like, "Where have you been?"
Pocket dimension, where have you been?
And just kind of points towards the carnage that they've caused. Like, I think the technical term is fucking shit up.
Buddy! It's so good to see you. We were actually sent to come find you. I mean, we didn't know it was you. Honestly, like, until the Queen of Embers told me you were still about, like, we thought you were gone, you know? Like, gone.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, Amber and Sharcy both jump off the ship and they come over and they give Hex a big old hug. They're like, "We thought you were dead. Like, you got eaten by a Leviathan. What the fuck?" And Hex, gives them both a big old hug. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, no," and flips up the eye patch. And they're not missing an eye or anything. And it's just like, "Oh, yeah, no, I just made Toothy eat them from the inside." So, by the way, and pulls up another, like, mimic axe. They're like, "By the way, this is Bitey."
Oh, it's baby!
Turns out when they get big enough, they like spawn new things. There's like 3 of them on the ship right now.
You got a little family? Oh, man!
But yeah, inside the mimic, inside the Leviathan, they were hunting ships apparently, and so there was crystal parts, and Toothy was on the ship enough. I was able to have him turn into a ship.
And so you've been, by the looks of things, wrecking the Emerald Shield.
Look, I've been trying.
Oh, it's so good to see you, little buddy. I don't know what to say. And I take out my axe, and I'm like, and I'd like to introduce you to my little best buddy, Hex. Hex, this is the god of the hunt, one of the oldest of the old gods.
They're like, That's your axe.
Think of this like the bottle. It's inside the axe.
Oh.
Isn't that right?
That's kind of weird, but okay. Hi.
Hicks is alive. Alright, well, he's not saying anything right now, but if he was, I'm sure he'd be very happy to meet you. I'm just gonna put you down.
So I was like, alright, so I'm gonna go. We should probably like pillage that ship for supplies and stuff. That's what I've been doing.
Hell's yeah! Let's not leave them the nails for their boots. So, yeah, we'll get to pillaging and then we'll catch up. Glassjaw would love to meet you. May need to just coordinate more destruction and ass kicking if that's okay. Oh, sorry.
Like, yeah, I keep just missing the other ships by a bit. I've been hunting this Armada. There used to be like 20 of these ships. And now there's 3.
I'm so proud of you! Yes, Evelyn is talking like that. That is exactly their response.
Also, looking over at Toothy, you now notice on like towards the bow, there's 2 like round openings, and it looks like, from what you know of mimics, they are acidic. They've just been firing acid at these ships.
Oh, that's nasty. Awesome, but damn, do not want to be on the receiving end. Oh, Hex, the littlest go-getter, and officially more badass than us. Like, again, this is Hex's story. We're just tagging along.
Yeah, so Hex takes Bitey and turns them into fist weapons and just like runs up onto the other ship. And a lot of you as a crew kind of do a breach and clear of the ship and make sure it's empty, which it is.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of weapons. There's like tons of supplies. Like there's enough food here to feed all of you for like you cannot fit all of this food onto your ship.
Oh, nice.
You also find in the captain's quarters there's a safe which Hex opens using acid from Bitey. You find 273 gold.
Woo! Which we're splitting with Hex because he did the work.
Yeah.
So we'll just take 100 of it, leave the rest for Hex.
Okay.
You know, as you do. So we now
now there's a fully functioning ship here that's just empty.
Yeah. Chaosu, Emblyn. I'm Emblyn. Sorry, Amber. How many people would it take to fly this back to Glassjaw, do you reckon?
She goes... like 10?
Fuck. Could you do it with 2?
They look at each other and they're like... probably not.
Ugh. Hey Hex, do you reckon you and Toothy could tow this?
Excellent. Toothy's more built for speed, not hauling power.
Okay. What do you reckon? To our lovely viewership, do we scuttle this, or do we leave it for Glassjaw to come pick up? Wraith, can the mimics fly the ship? I'm worried about what we might create. Little mimic pirate crew. The Mimics of Dark Water. Okay, I'd watch that kid's cartoon. Sorry. Yeah, so Lyris, I'm thinking, getting Glassjaw to come pick up what we can't is a good idea. It's just, can he get here in time before, you know, the old Emerald Shield come and hoover it up? God darn it. Sorry, I'm just getting heckled for being a coward and not getting a puppy. First no puppy, now no pirate mimic crew. Worst Memnol ever! Throws drink to the ground. Okay, I say we leave it. Tell Glassjaw, because worst case, the Emerald Shield come back to pick it up, and we just let Toothy do what Toothy does best. If it either ends up being resources for our side, or it ends up being bait for theirs. Okay. So turning to the other three, it's like my suggestion. Toothy, Hex, I'd never deemed to tell you how to run your crew. I would like to suggest that we take what we can, we go tell Glassjaw, and bring the rest of the fleet here, pick up on the ships, pick up on the supplies, and if the Emerald Shield has decided to come and pick up their leftovers, well then, Toothy gets to eat twice. Oh god, Dorcas, what are you trying to do? Dorcas is like, we need to find more Leviathans for the baby mimics to eat.
Just a fleet of sentient living ships eating things.
I mean, Glassjaw did say we could use more. Mimic Armada. You know what? Let's keep that on the back burner for now. Let's get the ships cleared as much as we can, and then, like, go have a chat with Glassjaw. Mimic ship. Mimic ship. This is so cool. This is so cool.
Amber pulls out. She's got this like it's like crystal ball thing, and she kind of focuses on it for a bit. She goes, "Okay, well, it seems like there's one of ours, maybe 2 hours that way," and she points like southwest.
Oh wow. Can we summon them, or do we need to go get them?
We're too far out for flares to work. If you want, I can take the ship and go try and flag them down quick.
Yeah, actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Just let them know what they're going to be coming to say hello to, and not to freak out and shoot Toothy.
No, I'll definitely mention that. That is terrifying, but I don't want to hurt Toothy if I can avoid it.
And then under my breath, I'm like, I don't think we could if we tried.
She's like, I also don't think we could if we tried. At this point, Hex flips down the eye patch again.
Captain Hex. Pirate Captain Hex. It's got a good ring to it, friend.
So I was like, all right, I'll be back. Sit tight. Set up camp, I guess. I mean, sorry, fire's going.
Fair. GWS Eldritch Horror.
Yeah, at this point, there's a couple of like bodies from like the people that you shot as you're going around, and Toothy is just like slowly hovering over it, and like tentacles reach down, grab them, and then put them into the maw of the ship.
I like to think both me and Xiaosu just watch this happening. I'm just like, hey Xiaosu, were you there that time he ate a person? Like under that you remember the time we had to make the body disappear?
Yeah, yep, I remember.
How is this worse? Somehow this is worse.
It's somehow so much worse. And Hex is at this point like eating a piece of bread. It's like, you got your short. It's like, you scared. The GW's hentai.
Introducing the anti-Herbert. Right. Callback.
So Amber hops into your ship and takes off.
I kind of like, whilst Xiaosu and Hex are pottering around, I just kind of like take out the axe and kind of like shimmy out of sight a little bit. And I was like, okay. So you said a hunter approaches, but it wasn't your previous student. Which of those were you talking about?
And then again, in the back of your mind, you hear, I believe you recall them Hex.
And Hex Hex is a hunter that you acknowledge.
Yes. But unfortunately, they are claimed.
They are.
They serve your queen.
As her champion, no less. I'm so sorry. Well, and I mean it, we will endeavour to find you... It's just me talking to the axe here. Hello. Hello, axe. We shall endeavour to find you an avatar worthy of you. I'm sorry it can't be Little Hex. And I turn the axe to look at whatever they're doing. I turn it back. I knew when I met them there was something special about them. I just didn't think it would be gestures to Toothy, all of this.
And Laris, I believe Will was referring to Sakana taught Shahada.
Yeah.
Not Hex.
I wouldn't say we taught Hex. We generated the kind of situations which Hex saved us from that led to them going down this path.
Also, just the imagery between, like, Hex with a giant cloak that is very clearly much too long for them. It's got, like, the fur on the shoulders.
Yep.
And, like, it's just dragging on the ground. Like, the end of it is just disgustingly dirty.
And it's just because, like, Hex doing his little, like, hop-totter kind of walk around whilst this long train of a coat is being dragged behind.
Yeah, and they're like, looting the few bodies that haven't been dissolved by acid at this point.
Or consumed.
Um...
Wraith, we didn't see the bucket helm, but I will ask them if they still have it.
Yeah, currently they're not wearing a bucket helmet.
Like, I don't know. Like, friends... Like, yo!
Strike down to top their health off.
Yes, but to make it exactly...
3-3-3-3.
3-3-3-3-3. Okay, I just want to... Not like a bathroom break or anything. I just want to take a break and a beat. Because there is so much that's been happening. Like, and Strager and Lyris and a bunch of people have thrown in a ton of bits. And I want to say a huge thank you for that one. And also, again, sorry, like, thank you for the $10. Like, it fucking helps out a bunch. I'm just so fucking happy right now with playing D&D. Hex is back. Okay, and to all of you that guessed that it was going to be Hex as a living ship, props to you, because I didn't think that. Like, my worry was, like, that, I don't know, something horrible had been unleashed, and it just happened to be hunting the Emerald Shield, and that, like, we'd gone in so sure, I'd gone in so sure it was going to be Shahada, and then it's like, surprise, it's something bad and worse. So, heckin' yo. And Scooby, Watto, happy Saturday, good afternoon. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it's me and all of you lot together, so pour yourself a bevy, come join us. George is saying, for once they predict the future, not as a joke. And yes, right, okay, something horrible was unleashed, it just happened to be on our side. Oh. At least it's Glassjaw that we'll be telling, because I feel like, I guess anyone that's known Emberlyn for more than about a week by this point is just used to, spoiler, gods are real, the ship's made of mimic, things are happening.
Welcome to Null, it's gods and mimics.
All the way down.
Also, it's almost like there's themes in Memno. It's so weird.
That's
Living
so
ships, gods.
Kobolds with a can-do attitude.
Tiny but incredibly violent friendos.
A lot of flaming wings. A lot of flaming wings.
A lot of flaming wings.
Fucking yo. Oh. Okay. Dorcha says the original module pamphlet was called Gods and Mimics. J Post, I don't want to put Toothy up against a god because that terrifies me. I don't know what we should do with our tag-along hunter friend. I think Mina's probably the next best bet. So friends, whilst we're taking like a break and a breather and like a conversation between us before we continue to loot the island and talk to Grimjaw, so here's my plan.
Glassjaw.
What did I say? Grimjaw. Sorry.
Grimjaw.
Thank you. Glassjaw. Pick up Mina, introduce Mina to the Avatar of the Hunt, drop Mina in Ferandrith, and let them basically turn it into their own personal play park, except for instead of there being roller coasters and big fun wheels, it's murder. It's Mina's House of Murder and Fun, starring Mina, featuring the old god.
Toothy Stelfa becomes Cthulhu. This is actually past Earth.
Congratulations, we just unlocked the bad ending. Or the awesome ending, depending on your feelings.
Yeah. Actually, since we are taking a brief breather, Jesus. I have to pee because I've been drinking beer and I broke the seal, so.
Yep. The seal has broken. One of the oldest magics.
Yes, I will be right back.
Okay. Because if I'm being perfectly honest, I had a feeling that we might be able to get Hex back in some way, shape, or form. Don't ask me how. But... Brief Reaver sounds like a hell of a cover band, right? But I thought it would be something along the lines of, like, you know, we have to offer something to the Queen of Embers in exchange. Like, she'd need something, or we'd have to do something, or, like, or Hex had been taken in a way we couldn't just bring him back via her power. But no, it turns out he's been a dope-ass sky pirate with a living ship, eating people and being awesome. When is it my turn to have a skyship made of meat? When is it my turn to be happy? Not Emberlin's me. Emberlin is set for skyships. Yeah, Lyrus, you know what? Especially with Toothy, no body, no death. Like... But, like, so Wraith, when you suggested, like, the Mimic crew, I was like, oh, that'd be pretty fun. And then I was like, Mimic pirates, oh, how hilarious. And then I realized, what would a Mimic need to consume to assume a bipedal form? Just want you to think on that one. We'd need to provide them skeletons. Okay, Wraith, you do make a good point that in a world where Toothy exists, the no-body rule is a little bit more indefinite. Actually, so while we are taking a breather, I may take you up on the same offer. So I will be back in just a second.
That's a good question, Dorcas. Beer. Beer is good. I like beer. So yeah. Hope y'all are enjoying the session so far. Figured I'd bring us back with a bang. I very seriously considered keeping Hex dead for a couple more episodes, but I figured someone might shank me if I did that. So did I ever consider killing a Hex off permanently at all? Yes. very, very seriously. But then I got really drunk one night and had this idea. You're welcome, caffeine. I love you. Yeah. Um, Hex plus Toothy Train? Hex plus Toothy Train? Yeah, yeah. That's 3. We need, what, 5? Also, chat, taking recommendations of, I'm very seriously considering ordering food. So, taking suggestions. Or going and getting food once we're done. I think they count as separate people. I thought. Burger. Not a bad shout. Burrito. Hi. Burrito does sound good. I was kind of craving a burrito just because, Cinco de Mayo happened. So I was like, ooh, burrito. Wait, love is that Hex survived because Toothy ate the Leviathan is entirely 100% possible and realistic. It's not an absurd, oh, come on, character didn't die. So, yeah. No, he jumped in and just was like, all right, Toothy, meet. Go.
Sorry for the weight difference.
You're good.
The sleeping dags have awoken.
We were discussing, I'm probably going to either order food or get food after
Oh, did you decide what you're getting? That's the important question.
No, I was taking suggestions. Currently, I'm leaning burrito, but
there is a distinct chance tomorrow I will be able to actually go get like actual sit in a place Mexican food. So I'm gonna do an absolute war crime to a chimichanga tomorrow. Like it will not be pretty. I'll put a towel over my head while I eat it. And some lovely Mother Hubbard just gifted 5 subs to the crowd.
As well as a bunch of bits being thrown while you're gone.
Scrolls up. Ah. Lyris and J-Post and 2 rounds of Spooky Ghost.
Actually, weirdly, I don't know if there's any really good Thai places near me. There's like pretty much every other brand of Asian. I don't know if there's a good Thai place.
Hunting down a good Thai place is a tricky one because not all the ones with great names are good food. Like, sadly, Taiwan isn't great.
Oh.
Yeah. Such a great name.
It's a fantastic name. Yeah, how's the train not been treated yet? There's like... Do ghosts only count as 1?
Ghosts only count as 1.
Okay.
So you have to Captain Planet it. It's by 5 powers combined.
Gotcha.
And Ghost is like, the form of Spooky Ghost. But it counts all the ghosts as 1 entity. Which I think is incredibly unfair, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
But win, lose, or draw, to those of you in the audience, or the rest of Emberlin's brain, if you'd like to grab a beverage or something, now is the time. What you did there, Baron von Sheepington III, I saw it.
No, you didn't. By the way, I went through and cleaned up my desk area because it was getting terrible. I totally forgot that Lucifer gifted me these amazing Goose holding a D20 stickers.
That's so cool.
So I've got one in my water bottle, and I've got a second one that I'm still trying to decide where I want to put.
I've got a lovely little rainbow sticker that I still can't decide where it needs to go, because it's the monk just sleeping and having a good time, and I'm like, this is precious. This needs to go somewhere special.
That's
Which usually means it'll sit on my desk for 5 years and then be kept in a safe box.
I've started trying to make myself put things on other things. I realized I have my notebook that I use for D&D.
Yeah.
Which actually is honestly just a solid notebook because it's also it's a disc-bound notebook, so you can just swap pages in and out as you feel fit. So I've started filling up the cover with as notes fall out of it.
And caffeine, while not a terrible idea, I still have my Corgi water bottle, which I use for streaming. So I'm good for water delivery devices.
I also remembered I have somewhere in here. It's buried in stuff, but I have a sticker that my cousin made, so that's needs to find a home.
Yeah, I'm trying to calm myself down after the return of Hex. I'm too excitable.
I was telling chat, I very seriously considered keeping a Hex dead for a couple more episodes, but I figured someone might find where I live and shank me.
Worried about Hex reprise.
Yeah.
And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. Seriously, I know I've been very hyperactive today, as I'm sure none of you could guess why. But I don't know. I feel, especially on days like today, things like Memnol, which is something so quintessentially us, Thank you. Season 3 is a murder mystery.
Who killed Baron?
Who killed Baron Sheep? God. But yeah, no, just on days like today, thank you all. I fucking love doing this, and the Longship as a whole has been going for 4 years. Memnol's been going for 2.5, 3 years?
I want to say it's closer to 3.
Because it started at the tail end of the Ket Saga.
Yeah.
And
I want to say it was October or something.
And I do want to extend a semi-formal apology to the friendly neighborhood Lucifer, who edited the podcast bits that came out of GameWorks, that. Yeah. The Ket arc. Yeah, caffeine. I've been watching a lot of anime, alright? I'm measuring my life in arcs now. It's much healthier, trust me. Because if you measure it in years, it's still March.
Yeah.
Baron is immortal. He just changes forms. And some spooky ghost just snuck in 400 as well, so whoever that was, thank you. Yeah, Dorcha says first Memnel was March the 2nd, 2019.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, 3 years Memnel. No big deal. Oh. Yeah, the only thing I've been missing is being able to do things like the Balu Bowl with you. And I'm really hoping we'll get to do some proper fun nonsense during the summer.
Hopefully.
I mean, like the place you were talking about, the idea of doing the D&D live there as an experiment could be very fun.
Yeah. Like I said, they have a sound system and everything, so
yeah,
it's possible. They're actually considering doing drag there as well.
Oh, we cool.
So yeah. Also, because I befriended the bar manager, it's one of the few bars in the hill that has a basement because it's old enough that it used to be a speakeasy.
Interesting.
Yeah, like upstairs used to be a restaurant and the basement was a speakeasy during Prohibition.
Okay, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
Well, Fearless, you have nothing to apologize for, but to all of you, like, thank you kindly. All right. I mean, you'll know by now, like, bits and donations keep this whole thing the feck afloat. So, seriously, thank you. Right. You no longer have to look at my pained face and that poor friendo who was put in charge of a speeding train, despite not having any training.
Oh no. Yeah, no, the basement used to be a speakeasy, and now it's just where they just use it for storage at this point. But I got to go down there. It was cool.
Way cool. The only thing I have to report is there is a bar near me that has the classic 6-player X-Men arcade machine.
Oh yeah, I think I saw you tweet about that a while back.
Yeah. And they do these loaded fries, which probably contain some kind of addictive substance because the amount of which I think about it. It's like chicken teriyaki loaded fries.
Okay.
It's an inordinate amount of food, and it makes me exceedingly happy.
Fair. Now very hungry.
You're welcome. Did you want to try and summon a burrito before we jump back in with the Hex Ventures?
No, I think I can wait until we're done, and then I'll probably go and find food somewhere.
Okay.
I also might just go and get Hot Mamas, because Hot Mamas is always a good option.
The food or the individuals? Because...
Yes. Hot Mamas is a pizza place. Actually, it was one of Lucy and I's first, like, date, quote-unquote, things that we did, is it's catty corner from a now dead gay club.
Okay.
And Hot Mamas was very specifically open, like, half an hour or an hour after the club shut down. So people would come out of the club drunk, would go and get pizza by the slice, like New York style pizza by the slice, sober up a bit, and then go home. And so we used to go there right before club shut down. So like we'd show up like 1:45 a.m., get pizza, and then just watch all of the drunk queers pour out of this club. And just people watch.
Chucking out time in Capitol Hill is a visual delight, like a nature documentary with its own strange rules. Dorcas thought you were talking about roasting llamas again. Hot llamas. That series was called Llamas with Hats, and we don't talk about that. And Lyra's saying they have a very cool. They used to have a very cool bar near them that had like seating areas and bookshelves, like one of those library bars. Those are wonderful. I went to one in Austin. Actually, I don't know if it's still there because it's been a long time, but it was library rules in a bar, and there's like a gajillion books on the wall. You can just take one, read it, pop it back. And, like, don't get me wrong, I love a loud party bar, but the idea of actually being able to chill and have a bevy, like...
Yeah. Actually, the bar that I'm going to be doing the Nerd Nights in has a giant Jenga set on their patio.
Oh, very nice. Now, Wraith, this is one of those questions of, like, can and should are two different answers. Can Emberlyn Burns get a llama? We don't know. Should Emberlyn Burns get a llama? This is because I said we couldn't get a puppy, isn't it? Like, you just made it your mission today, Wraith, to just...
Also, if you're going to get anything, get an alpaca, not a llama. Llamas are dicks.
Yes, alpacas
are fluffy and cuddly.
But are we looking at a battle mount, or are we looking at a friend? In which case, the alpaca-llama discussion does gain... Like,
sure.
Because an alpaca is a friend, a llama is a weapon. Once again, referencing llamas with hats. Dorcas, can we get an alpaca for the puppy to ride? Why are you like this? Why? Why? What? Why? Why?
Yeah. Shall we jump back in?
Absolutely. Okay. Whew, let's do this.
So, ow. So yeah, you're currently looting bodies, finding anything of worth. Toothy is going around consuming corpses. It's terrifying.
I love the idea that the tendrils just kind of like wiggle their way across, grab a corpse, and like, hey.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
It's just like, it's kind of just floating around the island and just like grabbing and picking up like honk. Are there were-llamas or were-alpacas? I think canonically, actually, were-creatures have to be predators.
Unfortunately, that means that were-lobsters are legit.
Yeah, true. Yeah, like a tripod harvesting humans.
Yeah. The first episode of Memnol, we get booed by the audience.
Took 3 years, but we finally got booed by the audience.
Okay. Toothy's eating the leftovers. Fuck.
Can you give me a perception check?
Not a constitution save.
I mean, you're probably gonna have to do one of those at some point, but
Okay,
not currently.
perception 12.
Actually, I think you and Sharsu keep watching Toothy just eating people, and he just hands you a mug of ale. Just, oh.
I'm gonna need to drink to get this.
You're both just staring and like, oh. Meanwhile, Hex is like looting bodies and just eating bread. Like, yep. Yeah.
Hex has just built a sturdier stuff, you know.
Yeah, they've been exposed to it for 7 months. You get used to it.
Huh. I did not know that. But bears are predators, so that definitely brings them under the...
Yeah. So yeah, looking around, there is a small structure on this island. It almost looks like this was a farmhouse or something.
Okay, so I give Xiaosu just kind of like a nudge to try and get us to stop watching Toothy eating all these things. I just kind of like head gesture to the shed to go check it out. Yeah, the farmhouse to go check it out. So let's go have a look. Because the thing is, we don't know much about the Emerald Shield. We know that they think that they're talking to their god, and their god is the only one who's talking to anybody. If I had to bet, gold coins on it, I'd say it's Dalfa doing Dalfa type shit. But it almost doesn't matter, but I'd like a bit more intel, Before we turn before we turn Farandarith into Mina's house of murdery fun times.
Yeah, so again, just as a reminder to everyone or anyone that's new, the island you're on is not one of the normal islands. They pop in and out of existence, and they're basically fractured chunks of what was the old world that get held in these pocket dimensions. They pop in and out of existence currently. So this is one that has popped back in.
By our understanding, Wizardy Guy tried to lift some of the islands to save them, and it didn't quite go to plan. I mean, he did save them, just not in a good way, in a blinky out of time sort of way.
Yeah, so Mina actually was trapped on, she went to one and got trapped there because it blinked back out of existence for hundreds of years.
For her, it was like a month or two?
I think for her it was 3 months. I'm sure Dorcas can fact check on that. It felt like 3-ish months, but it was a couple hundred years. Everyone she knows is dead. So yeah, you head towards it just looked like a fairly modest farmhouse. It's probably a 1 or 2 room house. Yeah. Are you just kicking the door in?
Um, while I should probably investigate carefully, at this point we've seen so much, and we've had the reunion that, yeah, Emblin's being quite lax and just, like, pushing the door in and having a look.
Alright. So you push the door open. It looks like the Emerald Shield was using this as kind of a like, oh, cool, free space we can like do stuff. So there was an old table that now has like maps and stuff on it. There's letters strewn about on the table. There's a second room off to the right.
Okay, I'm just going to start rolling up maps and hoarding letters and whatnot. I'll either give them to Glassjaw or I'll pour over them later.
Yeah. The map is set up very similarly to the one that Glassjaw had out, where they have like the little like pins in it, or like little models to show like, okay, we know that the enemy is here-ish, we're here, that kind of stuff.
Oh, then before I roll it up, I'm just going to draw little circles around all the minis and all the pins before we roll it up. Just to kind of like note stuff.
Okay.
In the top right corner of the map, assuming there's no information, I write Emblyn Burns was here, Queen of Embers forever. And then I sign it.
Okay. So yeah, you...
I don't know if the goose dimension did something to Emberlyn. I feel like the mischief has increased since we got back.
So yeah, you do that, you let it dry, you roll it up, you start just like grabbing all the papers. You get a good like...
Can I do a good investigation?
Like
oh, sorry.
You just get like 30-ish random scraps of paper that have information on them that you can look through at some point.
Okay. I'd like to do a proper investigate of the area, see maybe if they were hiding anything important or useful.
Okay. Give me an investigation.
17.
17. All right. Yeah. So you're investigating the area. You find there's a bag sitting in the corner. You go through it. It's mostly just like rations and a change of clothes somebody had. But you find 20 gold.
Woohoo! We are coming out of this loaded, my friends.
Yeah.
We got 123 gold.
And then as you're walking around, you step on a board, and it creaks kind of weird.
Emberlyn takes the weight off the board, and then puts their weight back on it another time to see if they can make it creak again.
Yeah, and it gives more than it should.
Okay, I'm going to paste the papers and things down, and I'm just going to wave at Xiaosu to get their attention.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to like...
Okay. First, like pulls out his like war pick.
Okay. I gesture them over, and using the God Killer, I try and lever up the squeaky board.
Yeah, so you lever it up. It actually comes up surprisingly easily. Like once you get the blade in there, you're like, oh, and it just like pops up. And yeah, you pull it up, and you look down, and there's a pair of shoes in there.
Just a pair of shoes.
Yep.
Flipping the axe round, I poke the shoes with the handle end.
They move as much as you'd expect them to.
I get real low to the ground, like really close looking at them. I'm trying to see if there's anything magical in nature about them. Could I use an Arcana Could I Arcana check these Mother Hubbards?
Yeah, you can Arcana if you like.
2.
They look like shoes. They look real nice.
Fuck. They are nice shoes.
They're really nice leather shoes.
I pick up one of the shoes, and attempt to put it against my foot to see if they would fit. So like the flat end to my shoes.
Yeah.
My boots. I'd say.
They'd probably fit. They might be a little loose.
How nice a condition are we talking on these shoes?
They're like pristine. Can you do another perception check for me?
Congratulations, you're on fire. 13.
So you pick them up, and they're a little bit dust covered when you pick them up, and like where they were sitting, you now see that there's like the outline of them. Like they've been sitting here for a long time.
Okay. And there's nothing in them. Like I shake them out, trying to see if there's anything like inside these mother hubbards.
You shake them. There's a scorpion. I'm kidding. No, there's shoes.
They're just shoes.
As far as you can tell.
Okay. I'm going to take them along with the bundle of maps and paper, or the map and bundle of papers.
Okay.
Yeah, they're probably not cursed. Probably not cursed.
Definitely not cursed. What are you talking about? Don't give the DM ideas.
I just found free shoes. I don't know what you lot are worried about. Feckin' hell. Suddenly, facehugger in the shoes.
Shoe mimic.
Schmimic, the worst! Now, we already have
you put it on and then it just eats your foot.
I needed those for walking. Okay. Got the shoes, got the bundle. All right, let's head on out of the barn. I feel like we got everything here. We gonna?
I mean, there's a room you haven't got into yet.
Emberlyn starts to walk out, then slaps himself in the forehead for forgetting the room they didn't check. All right, I put the shoes and the maps back on the table we got them from, and then let's go have a look in the room. Again, Emberlyn kind of used their caution on the shoes, and so is now feeling pretty bravado.
So again, this is like a farmhouse. So this was like the living area. There was like a little stove and whatnot, and like table. And you open it up, and this appears to be like a very small bedroom. Like there's a little there's a cot in the corner.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Can you give me either a perception or investigation?
Let's go perception again. Like Emberlyn's pretty casual coming into this.
All right.
5.
Yeah, looks like a tiny bedroom.
Cool. Great.
Like there's a little book or like a end table. It's got an oil lamp that's not lit, but small bedroom. It's a chamber pot.
Real casual. Emberlyn does take a second to just look around the room. Like, are there any books or notes or anything? Like, considering this is an island displaced, this might be a very, very old room.
Yeah. There's like a tankard that's got like a tiny bit of water in it. As far as with a 5 perception roll, seems like a bedroom.
Okay. Emberlyn gives the water in the tankard a little swirl just to have a look, but doesn't drink it.
It has that like really old stale water smell. Like it's been sitting there for a really long time.
Okay. Sadly, there's nothing to be seen there, so we pop the tankard down and we head back out.
Okay. Grabbing the papers and the shoes, I assume.
Hells yes.
Okay. Are you just chucking them onto the boat?
Yeah, just in case we have to make a break for it, because it's like we'll meet up with Glassjaw, but if the island starts to blink out of existence, we don't want to be on it when it happens, you know?
Yeah. You've been trapped in pocket dimensions enough.
Yeah. Emberlyn's a little twitchy, so we let Hex know that, you know, we've searched the island, we found some maps and whatnot. We're going to chill on the boat just in case, because there's something about, you know, having to face down a goose in its home turf that scares you enough to not risk it for a biscuit.
You do know that like when they're about to blink out, you do get like some warning.
Yeah, I feel that Emberlyn's overly cautious right now.
Yeah. Like, Mina got caught there because she didn't properly moor her boat, and so it floated away, so she didn't get out.
Oh no!
Which I think she mentioned to you. Basically, she just failed as like a survival not tying check, and it just like it just loose and floated far enough away she couldn't get to it, so the island just blinked back out. So yeah, are you like staying up? Or are you going to bed? Because it's like midnight.
What do you want to do, friends? Like, I figure let's trundle the boat round next to Toothy, and let's just catch up with Hex. I want to hear Hex's stories, like how like the hit and runs they've been up to, like how they got the pirate coat. Emblem wants to hear all of Hex's little stories. So,
Okay.
And yes, Dorches, we are absolutely not sleeping on the island. Let me tell you.
Okay. So yeah, after you guys finish pillaging the bodies, and then Toothy continues eating the
Oh
bodies.
wait, we have to hang out on either on Toothy or on the Emerald Wake ship, because Amber's taken the Epoch to go to
that's right, yeah.
Glassjaw. So do you want to hang out on the bad guy ship or the squishy living ship? Your choice, friends. Your choice. Because yeah, sorry, I'm down for the catch up and chill with Hex, because we missed them. You know, we had to think that they were dead for a bit. Wraith wants Toothy. Let's see what the squad think. Okay, Lyris also thinks Toothy. I have a feeling that's where we're going. So yeah, my Emblem and Shashu will head on over to Toothy to go catch up with Hex. Wraith, no!
Wraith with, find the hentai ship we can all get behind. I'm pretty sure the hentai ship gets behind you.
Yep. And not in a fun way.
Unless you're into that. So yeah, you get on Toothy. And Toothy's just kind of like cruising around, picking up bodies and like munching on them. It's a little unnerving because occasionally you just hear like bones cracking. But you sit down and like it's a tiny bit bigger than your ship.
Okay.
By like, I don't know, like probably like 4 feet longer and like a foot or so wider. Like not a ton, but it's a little bigger. And yeah, you guys sit down and Hex like, okay, so where were you for like 7 months?
So it turns out that aside from the Queen of Embers, all hail, a lot of the gods were in fact just one god who was messing with us, and once she had no more need for me, she popped me into his little pocket labyrinth. Imagine 1,000 rooms, and every time you open and close a door, it's a different room. All of these, some of them silly, some of them downright horrifying, some of them pretty brutal. I was shown visions of, you know, bad things happening to you lot. I want a slap fight with an orc. Oh, Moose, fuck off. Sorry, Moose says, not in a fun way, you say. I say, whatever floats your boat.
Like, what is, like, you just slapped each other a bunch?
It was slaps only, me versus an orc.
Huh. I would not have assumed you would win that.
I cheated
Good.
a lot.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
But I did offer him a little apology, like I put a couple of gold coins next to him. Because all he could say was slap fight. And he didn't notice that I'd kind of magically enhanced my slapping hand. God. There was one room where the stairs went up and around the ceiling, which was very confusing. Oh. And we saved a couple of people out of there. There was an individual I met before I met you, Hex. I met him at one of the Golden Keys. the Golden Wakes, and yeah, bless him. He had been in there a lot longer than I was, so I think he's still in there. God, we met what I think was Duke the Duke's idea of himself, which was unsettling to say the very least.
Wait, like the guy that we killed?
Yeah, like the guy that we killed. But he was like bigger and louder and more ostentatious. And Tim, thank you for that. Gifting that one to Katie's Buggy. Katie and Katie's Buggy will both be very happy that you did that. Yeah, the idea of how he thought of himself, like he was even gaudier with more gold and more pompous command.
Hex looks genuinely confused. Like, how is that even possible?
Dear Hex,
That dude was a dick and just was gaudy on main.
Yeah, that's how I could know it was a magical dimension, because nothing like that could exist in this world. We encountered a room where it smelt like fresh cookies, but when you tasted them, they were the cookies you liked the least.
Truly, that's the worst.
Truly diabolical. God. But we made it out. According to the Queen of Embers, she knew one of the old gods was hanging out there, and so she kind of let things happen. She had faith that I was going to get out of there. I certainly did not have faith I was going to get out of there, but I mean, here I am. And what about you? Sporting your pirate coat? Toothy's now the size of a boat. Looking good, Toothy, by the way.
You just hear this like. It's really weird sitting on this because like it just feels like wood where you're standing, but you can see like tentacles and shit. Because like mimic whatever they want to. They can just look like wood or stone or whatever, and so like it just seems like you're on part of a boat, but if you look over the edge, there's like flesh and teeth and shit.
I'm glad that there's an actual solid deck to be on, and it's not just like a
squishy
flesh bulb.
Oh. So, well, you disappeared. And at some point, and points to Shorty, we were getting chased by a Leviathan. And I thought, what would Emberlin do? And so I jumped off. And got swallowed by the Leviathan, and had Toothy and like passed the deck. Turned into the fist form, and I shoved them into the first surface that I saw, and I told Toothy to feed. And they did.
Now you have a boat.
And turns out there was some ship parts somewhere in there. And there's a bit of flitting on a carcass while Toothy ate. And I got them to take, and points over at the crystals. Take the crystals, and eventually got them to turn into a ship.
And now Toothy's a dad. That's
Now, I don't know if Toothy is a boy or a girl, honestly, or what, because they just started, and they hold up, currently in Axe form. They just started spawning these once they got big enough. So this one's bitey. There's a couple more in the back. Oh, I should feed them.
That's a good idea.
X like rummages through bag and pulls out like a bit of a bit of dried meat and like heads into the cabin.
At the moment that Hex says I need to feed them, Emberlin immediately looks around to make sure they're not sitting on anything like a stool or a chair or something suspect.
Can you do a perception check for me again?
I mean, I can. We both know it's going to be terrible. 11.
You looking around, making sure you're not sitting on something, you finally see the bucket helmet.
Yay! He kept it!
They're currently using it as the like seat for the helm.
Oh, and Lizzie, I did mention the spoopy box because I mentioned like the visions of others and stuff. You terror. Lizzie's very proud of that room. Sorry. So Hex is off feeding the babies.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes them a couple minutes, and then they come back.
Okay.
They're like, yeah, then at that point, Charso and Amber were long gone, which I again don't blame you, like, being chased by Leviathan. And so I just started doing what I thought I could to help. I started following with the Emerald Shield and taking them out when I could.
Oh, you. But for the future, I'm not a good role model when it comes to things like that. I'm supposed to be the example you learn from, not copy. Just glad you're okay.
And they pat the ship like, it worked out.
Yes, it did. But, I mean, you're now a force to be reckoned with, friend, and I figure with Glassjaw's planning and whatever the Golden Wake's got going on, we can do some real concise damage. I mean, I saw what you did to that island. It was impressive. Genuinely impressive.
Yeah, Toothy's gotten real good at swooping. I barely pilot Toothy at this point. I just point him at things.
And you know, when this is all over, we have to go meet that guy who gave you Toothy in the first place. He is going to have literal kittens when he meets Big Toothy.
Roran, I think was his name.
Yeah. He's Mimic Guy to me.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I have, and they throw, I've been keeping notes because they asked us to take notes. So I've been taking notes on what's been happening to Toothy.
I wish we had time to, one, read, two, create hex guides to mimics with his little kobold drawings and notes.
Yeah.
Oh, Rowan Eldwin. Okay. Thank you, Dorcas. One of the things I love about this is that when it comes to stuff like this, like Dorcas is like long-term memory. What was that person's name? Oh, that's it. It's Dorcas running forward. Okay. I don't think we've got anything else to really be asking Hex apart from... Oh, where did the coat come from?
Oh, I just took it off her body.
Okay.
I thought it looked cool.
It really
and the eye
does.
patch too. Eye patch was from the same guy.
The eye patch definitely completes it.
I just thought it looked cool, you know? Like, I don't need it. Like, it flips it up. Like, but, like, I want to be like, oh, I'm tough, so I'm missing an eye.
Exactly. A good Sky Pirate is all about presentation.
Right? Like you gotta look the part. Be like, oh, I'm fighty.
Cool and fighty with your new friend Bitey. I think I just got heckled by a car. Sorry about that. Wait a second. Yeah, the guy you got it from, he wasn't a giant Null by any chance, was he?
No. I think he was an elf.
Okay.
I don't remember. It was a while ago.
Oh, actually, Moose, that's a real good idea. We'll file that one for later. But yeah, we could get an enchantment of billowing for him just to keep it off the ground, so it's always floating behind him.
It's just always going. That's one of my favorite wondrous items. It's just the cloak of billowing.
When you've got to be looking styling all the time, the cloak of billowing. I mean, after this raid alone, we got the cash. Okay. So Hex, aside from Bitey here, have you named any of the other little mimics?
No. They're all pretty little yet, so they haven't developed personalities.
Oh, okay.
They're real tiny. But Bitey and X like pulls her sleeve up, and you see this big old bite mark on their arm. Bitey was Bitey for a bit.
Ah, okay. Maybe we'll let the baby sleep. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I don't think, friends, we've got anything else to ask Hex. I think we can just while away the evening hearing stories of Hex wrecking Emerald Shield ships. And forget that we're on a living mimic boat.
Yeah, so I think you do that. At some point, Sharsu chimes in with like some of their own stories about them fighting the Emerald Shield. And they talk about specifically how they would take your ship, the Epoch,
Yeah.
fly in, flip over, and drop Mina onto the, or not Mina, drop Amber onto the deck, and she would like wreck face for a minute and then jump off back onto the Epoch, and they'd fly away. They basically just guerrilla warfare and like killing 1 or 2 people and then like leaving.
That's fucking cool.
And you did actually notice, I forgot to mention this, but you did notice Mina does appear to have 2 new hand axes.
Ooh.
They're like black steel and gold.
Oh, very stylish. Expect nothing better from a bard, I tell thee. As apparently a small fraction of Emberlin's brain is from Yorkshire. Okay, I can't help but do the voice. Because yeah, friends.
And yeah,
my thinking is we wait out the clock for Amber and Glassdoor to show up, and then yeah, get Mina powered, turn Ferandrith into an absolute killing field.
Sharsu goes on basically they would just swap back and forth doing this like jump in, do some damage, jump off, like just picking at the enemy basically. Yeah, Sharsu's like, yeah, he tells a couple stories about using the war pick to like drive into the turtles' shells and like cooking them from the inside basically.
A flaming Magitech like rocket war pick, feckin' yard.
Yeah.
And Tim, I can't promise you the Yorkshire accent won't come out. That is not a promise I can make you. Yeah, just the idea of the magic rocket-propelled hammer. Oh.
So like 3 to 4 hours later, it's getting close to dawn. You see the Epoch coming back.
Hey! Stand up, big stretch, and just give him a big old wave.
Yeah. So she pulls up beside you. She's like, all right, cool. We got a ship on the way. We should probably sit tight and guard the thing till they get here, but they're slower than us. So it'll probably take a bit. I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired as hell.
Go have a snooze. We'll look after the Epoch.
So I think we should probably like at least just untether the ship and then have either one or both of our ships tethered to it so that we're not tethered to the island so we don't all disappear.
Sounds like a good plan. Sharsu, would you care to give me a hand? And again, Amber, go get a snooze. We got this.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys go around, you untether the giant ship. And like are able to at least just get it to drift away from the island. So if it does blink out of existence, you're not trapped with it.
Yeah.
But you lash your ships to it on your side. Amber goes into the cabin and power naps basically.
All right. I mean, aside from getting it all ready, there isn't too much to be doing at this point. I mean, if we're having a wait, like I might have a little look over the maps and notes, see if there's anything I can glean before Glassjaw gets here. I don't know what role that would be.
Probably just an investigation check.
All right, investigation. 13.
All right. So looking over them, it's a lot of correspondence to the captain or the admiral of this like armada.
Okay. What's his name? I'm gonna put a name to the target.
Since he's dead, I'm just gonna use the name generator.
That would be unfair for you to finally pick out someone's carefully crafted character and then be like, and they're murdered.
Admiral Kali, Kali.
Admiral Kali. Admiral dead now.
Let me find. Wrong document. There we go. A lot of them go wrong. It's from like the High Paladin to various admirals. Like there was the general, like they did a bunch of copies of these and sent them out to all the admirals.
Yeah.
It goes on and on about how Orifel has finally begun speaking to them again and has given them a divine purpose. They must like rid the world of heresy and evil, and that requires some bloodshed, which is unfortunate, but blah blah blah. Religious spewing bullshit. We're doing a crusade stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it seems like more and more this dude's basically is like, yes, I am now the mouthpiece for Orifel, who's the only god who's speaking to us, and it was also who the Emerald Shield was devoted to in the first place.
Yeah, this certainly smacks of Delphine.
And
Delpha, sorry.
And yeah, like it just keeps going on and on. It just does that, like it slowly gets more and more like religious and pompous and like we are right, everyone else is wrong. Kill all the heretics. Like tieflings are inherently bad. Kill them all on sight. At some point it was like, no, like we just need to like get them all into camps, and then I was like, no, we're just gonna kill them all. Like it just starts devolving into like madness and genocide.
Friends, the Emerald Shield, they're not all right. They are not okay. And Tim, you're all fine, mate. You're fine. So, like, I feel like Emblem is reading through these and slowly putting the letters further and further away, as if all like trying to avoid catching whatever it is that they've got, you know, as if somehow their religious zeal would rub off in letter form.
Yeah. I think at some point both Hex and Charcy like go and take naps. Darcy, you haven't like interacted with one directly. You've seen other tieflings.
Okay.
They're fairly uncommon, but they're around. You just haven't. Basically just no one's submitted enough tieflings to the random character sheet.
Tieflings all the way down from now on. That's it. It's nothing but tieflings.
It's just tieflings, all tieflings. Army of tieflings.
But like the tieflings were on shaky ground to start with, so it's understandable.
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, Wraith, we're gonna burn some. Okay.
Dawn comes. I think probably Hex wakes up and offers to take watch so you can catch a few snoozes.
Okay. I think I'm going to take him up on that because we haven't really slept since we got back. And, well, we did get a nice rest at the tavern at the center of everything.
You didn't actually sleep.
I wonder if that's one of those places where one even needs to sleep, you know? But Evelyn definitely could go for a snooze right about now, so we're going to take him up on that.
Yeah, so you lay down and you just pass the fuck out. You awake an amount of time later to the sounds of like a bunch of hustle and bustle outside the ship. You pop your head out, and there is now another Golden Wake ship. Woo-hoo! That is like it's about equal size to the one that you captured, basically. And they're like going through it, retrofitting it. They're chiseling off the name. And renaming it. Like they're in the process of pulling the name off the bow.
With a big wake and a stretch, let's go find Glassjaw, see how he's doing. Or whoever's closest.
You do notice this is not actually Glassjaw's ship.
Oh, okay.
This is another ship entirely.
Oh, okay. So I guess we'll just observe and watch, see how they're doing.
Yeah, Amber's like, oh, you're up. Have a good rest.
Oh. I'm not quite sure when I last slept was. I mean, like, both the concept of sleep and the actual act of it.
Torch's asking, is the crew constantly glancing over their shoulders at Toothy? Yes. They're all very wary of it, but they've been informed of what it is and that it's not malicious towards them. But they're still kind of like...
I feel at this point, like myself and Shasu are just like, nah, that's just toothy now. It is.
Yeah, stay safe forever.
Don't step on a tendril. It will be your last.
But yeah, yeah, they're basically just retrofitting the ship or not retrofitting, but they're like preparing the ship. And like, cool, we got free ship.
One more to the fleet.
Yeah, you look over and you see the island that you were on you're a little bit away. Now at this point you've drifted a bit, but it's like it looks fuzzy.
Okay. So I'm sure we're all of the same mind here, but we're just going to be floating those ships like nice and away from it.
Yeah, everyone else seems pretty unbothered by it, so it's probably like you're far enough away. It's probably not a risk, but yeah, it's starting to look like fuzzy and occasionally like flickering a little bit.
Yeah, that's a big old Texas-sized note for us. Okay.
The ship that has come to join you is. Let me pull up my.
We're not doing this just to make you come up with ship names.
Yeah, but also I do have a ship name generator, so.
Which, by the way, friends, is exceedingly different from the shipping generator. That is a very different creation. And Lyris is just making sure my shame gets shared with the whole world whilst we're at this point. Tim's actually from the Midlands, if I believe correctly. And Lyris just felt the need to share with them the entire VOD of the day I had to do the fake Yorkshire voice. Lyris is like, welcome!
So the ship that joined you, that is the Golden Wake, it's the GWS Claymore.
Okay.
And then let's find once you're awake, the captain. Let's find are there any tieflings in this list? Let's see. There are a couple tieflings.
We got us a tiefling, Captain. Let's go! Oh, sorry, I should say, like, I guess for Tim and people who have just joined us, so this is our D&D game, but we get to chat and converse, so I always like that. But the other thing is that a larger portion of the NPCs of this game are made by your lovely selves. So when it comes to situations like this, Baron's pulling from a master list of characters created throughout Season 2. So if you want to add more characters, you can. There are a lot, so the chances have decreased significantly. But, you know, this is the series that brought you the ghostly guinea pig cafe.
Okay, actually, I was wrong. You have directly interacted with a tiefling. They were at the guild front desk at the Floating Isles, which is the only tiefling I have currently that I'm willing to use. So let's find
Find that tiefling! The exciting new game show starring Emberlyn Burns. Oh, Dorcas, and thank you for dropping the link to the NPC form. Sadly,
so this is
sadly, Tim, this is a world built from scratch by Baron that is mostly covered in water, meaning unfortunately all big pitch sports have been drowned by a rising sea level. So I'm sorry to inform you. It's not possible. Blame the
the captain makes his way over to you.
Okay.
He's a lizard folk. Cerulean scales covered in scars. Simple clothing. He looks incredibly tired. He walks up and goes, "Hello, I understand you're Amberlyn, is that correct?"
Indeed it is. Pleasure to meet you. Herald of the Queen of Embers, at your service.
He extends a hand and goes, Duroc, Captain of the Claymore.
Duroc, pleasure to make your acquaintance. What's our hey, Kisa?
Actually, this is Kisa's character, which is unintentional, but he goes, That's a good get. Durak. Durak.
Durak. Okay.
Um,
Well, Captain, I can take no credit for this, and I gestured to whatever direction Hex is in. It was all Captain Hex and the GW Toothy that did the work. We were merely sent by Glassjaw to make contact. So I wouldn't say that we did not contribute to the assault in the same way that seasoning contributes to flavor. Like, we were there at the end, but we did not do the heavy lifting.
it's like, yeah, I've been filled in by Amber that and points over at Toothy that's apparently the Black Death that we've heard so much about.
Yes, not actually one of the old gods, but definitely an old friend.
I'm gonna be honest, that thing weirds me the fuck out.
It's a long story, and honestly, once Tajemna's back open up again, we'll be able to talk to the person who was semi-responsible for it. But that's a whole other story, Captain. I'm just glad we can contribute some more to the fleet, you know?
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna strip this thing down, rename it, refit it, and then have it join the fray.
Amber said that you came from roughly around Ferandrith Way. Was that correct?
No, from Southwest.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. Hopefully things aren't too bad about that way.
No, we were hanging out down there because we needed a little bit of a respite. We had to do some repairs after a battle.
Okay.
And looking over at the Claymore, like you can see there's very clearly like been some patching done recently.
We're planning our next movements. What we're probably going to do is, if it's all right with your good self, is we'll probably have yourself, the new ship, and Toothy rejoin with Glassjaw's fleet. We want to try and do some mischievous damage. I have been cooking up a plan with some, how do we describe this? Some delicate destruction. So we may not be returning to the fleet.
So where are you looking to head?
We're going to try and break into Tajemna. We're going to attempt to make contact with, do you know Mina of the Golden Wake?
General Mina? Yes, I've met her.
Our goal is to make contact with Mina.
I know the portmaster of Tajemna. I can write you a letter of referral to hopefully get you through a little easier.
Captain, that would be wonderful. That saves us trying to somehow break in.
Yeah, good luck with that. That shield is thick.
Yeah, I honestly hadn't thought the plan through. I won't lie to you, Captain. I was just gonna wing it? ? And yes, Emblem does say ?
Yeah, give me a moment. I'll write you a referral letter. Obviously, they'll need to be searched going in. They're very, very paranoid currently because they are, for the most part, self-sustaining, so they just can lock everyone else out.
And their goal is to avoid, like, the Emerald Shield, right?
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the Emerald Shield out and hopefully outlast them.
Okay. Are they staying neutral in this conflict, or...?
No, but it's a bunch of wizards, and the wizards want to be left alone to do research, for the most part.
Why are they always doing wizard stuff? Why can't they be useful?
And also, we've tried to get them to... Autumn Industries has stopped producing ships entirely, and won't say why. Like, we've tried talking to them, and just zero response. We've tried banging on the door, and they just turn us away.
Okay. Thank you, Captain. We'll see if we can shake that little hornet's nest loose.
Because honestly, at this point, we have a decent amount of people to crew ships. We just don't have ships, which is why this is such a big boon. Honestly, I wish he would be able to take more without destroying them. And Hex is like, sorry.
Yes, a few of them got, what would be the best word? Melted in the conflict.
He looks out over the side of the ship, and you can see them, like, floating in the water. He's like, so I see.
Doctor says, can we tell them we found Gale? I don't think we need to pass it on to this guy specifically. No. So anyway, with slightly more like genuine seriousness than Emberlyn has been putting forth the last couple of days, they extend their hand and shake it like solidly. It's like, okay, Captain, thank you so much for your help.
Yeah, give me a moment. I'll write you up a letter that will hopefully get through the portal easier. And then, as far as I'm aware, Glastra hasn't passed on anymore, or Mina hasn't passed on anymore orders for your crew. So honestly, going to Sierra is not a terrible shout.
Okay. After chatting with the captain, we head over to Hex. And Hex, friend, it looks like this is where we will need to part ways for a short time. You and Toothy are far more useful with the rest of the fleet, Reckon Face. And you're a captain in your own right. We're going to try and sneak into Tajemna. We're going to go see Mina, who's now a general, which is awesome. And from there, I don't know, see if we can get a jump start on these wizards making some new bloody ships. Apparently they've stopped doing that. But our goal is still to get the old hunter into Ferandrith. To turn Ferandrith into their own personal little playground. Okay. But as songs play for, let's play a round of Hunters in Ferandrith! Welcome our first contestant, Mina. Mina, where are you hailing from?
It's like, yeah, no, I can keep hunting. Honestly, it like cracks their knuckles. There's 3 ships that got away, so.
And you know, Toothy's a growing mimic. He's gonna need more food.
They're like, all right, well, I should get back to the hunt.
And again,
then,
with a genuine
and they extend their hand.
Yeah.
Like,
and
good to have you back.
Yeah. With a genuine seriousness, like Emberlyn first shakes their hand seriously, and then gives them a bloody great big hug. It's like, it's good to have you back too, buddy.
Yep, they hug you back. They hug Ember, they hug Charsu, and then they salute the captain as they're like writing stuff. The captain like salutes them back, and they're like, "Good hunting." They're like, "Thank you, Toothy. Let's go!" And Toothy flies up, picks up Hex with a tentacle, and just like tosses them up so they land on the deck. Toothy lands at the helm, cranks the fucking throttle, and just goes.
That's my boy. I'm so proud. They grew up so fast. Daughter's Toothy does not give us a hug. Godspeed, Toothy. No Toothy hugs.
No Toothy hugs. All right, so yeah, the captain finishes writing you a rite of passage, basically. As a like, hopefully will expedite the situation. Hands it to you, like, wax seals it, hands it to you. It's like, good luck. We're gonna try and get this set up as best we can and get back to the fight.
Hi, Captain. Yeah, we'll see if we can shake Artem into popping out some more ships, because hopefully Artem's still okay. If he is, we'll do our best. And yeah, Operation Undercover Murder is a go.
Do you pass off the maps and stuff to him, or do you just keep those?
What do you reckon, friends? I mean, we've given it a look through. The letters themselves seem to be pretty clear-cut just to show how bad things are within the Emerald Wake. But maybe Glassjaw and the fleet can do more with the charts than we can? Yeah, okay. Saying it out loud. You're right, we should pass over. So, just gesturing to pause for a moment, we trundle off into the hold and just come out bundled with all the maps and letters we stole and just kind of pour them onto this poor captain. We're like, this was all the charts and correspondence that we stole from the Emerald Shield on that island that's not there anymore.
Yeah, you look over it and it's just gone.
I figured you, Glassjaw, and the rest of the captains will be able to do more of it than I can. I skimmed the correspondence, and the only thing I felt was a desperate need for a long bath after reading them. It's certainly creepy.
Yeah, they've gone real zealotous.
Yeah.
So I'll look over these. Thank you. Any information we can get is a benefit. Yeah, good luck getting into Gemma.
And to you. May your gods keep you, Captain. May your gods keep you well.
And he salutes and says, "And yours, you." And turns and heads off about his way.
For a weird reason, Evelyn grabs the little medallion and then kind of looks up at the sky and is like, haha, that's you.
Yeah.
Right. Let's get this movable feast underway. So yeah, I guess it's just myself, Xiaosu, and Ember once more heading off to Tajemna.
All right. So yeah, you plop into the GWS epoch and start heading northwest. It's going to take you a couple days to get there. What would you like to do in the meantime? Actually, why don't y'all discuss what you want to do? I need to hit the bathroom again, so...
The seals have been broken. We'll rotate potato.
So, beer.
But no, Baron makes a good point. Like, what should we do with the flight? We've got a couple of days. I don't really... I can't really think of anything we need to research or need to get stuck into, but... Like, if we can get Mina as the avatar of the old god, that'll be feckin' rad. And if Mina then wants to take a break from generaling, we can then... Yeah, unleash a special flavor of hell on Ferandrith. Sorry, I'm obsessed with this idea. I just feel like this god got tricked by Delpha, locked in this pocket dimension. A pocket dimension with no sleep, no hunger, no respite. And with naught but, like, basically poor, confused and lost adventurers that Delpha wanted dead. That's the only thing they've had to hunt for a while. So I figured the idea of basically dropping them in as a fox in a hen house could be a lot of fun. Yeah, Wraith, with no real prey. Well, so, Wraith, here's what I'm thinking. We're not actually going to go to Ferandrith if we can avoid it. Like, we're not going to go touchdown. The goal will be, like, high-altitude god drop. We're going to ODST a god avatar into Ferandrith. Because basically, once we've got enough chaos going on in Ferandrith, then we can continue our hunt for the old gods. Or, to Delta Lieutenant Frost. Thank you kindly for the follow. Basically, so here's what I'm thinking. We're on the way to Tajemna. After Tajemna, we do our ODST drop in Ferandrith. And then after that, it's a bit of a long journey. We could catch up with the fleet if we need to be. We head back around, and we consider going into the Underdark. Because I remember there being old gods down that way. And yeah, I know this is looking more and more like a dumb sports plan.
What is happening?
We were scheming.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back in just a second.
Yep. So yeah. All right. We are now officially out of the Pilsner I was drinking, so we're switching over to Holy Mountains Beyond the Edge of the Board IPA. Honestly, I'm gonna ruin the illusion for a moment because I don't know who does their artwork, but it deserves to be seen. Y'all get a very brief, not black and white Baron. Whoever does their art is just top notch. Okay. They did a really good job of contrasting colors. we're gonna check out. Okay. Ah, my eyes. I thought he was also trying to rescue the seigneur. He's in Redworth. I mean, as far as you're aware, he's still there. It's so good. I've been in different IPAs, and this is a really good IPA. I don't get what the Northwest, like Pacific Northwest's obsession with IPAs is, but yeah, Copycat turns out IRL. I'm not black and white. So caffeine, kind of same, which is why I buy them, because recently, except for today, there are exceptions. My current go-to is I will have 1, maybe 2 beers, and then we'll switch over to hard alcohol. I just want something to like, oh, I want something delightful that I can sip. I'll have 1, and then go to like vodka or whiskey or whatever. Yesterday was sake. Hazy IPAs are okay.
Hello. Right. Looking for potential mischief. I see none. All right. Oh, actually, Dorcas, a rescue mission might not be an awful suggestion if we hit Ferandrith. If we can cause enough carnage.
Chat briefly was scarred as I went non-black and white for a second, so I could show them the dope art on this can. Because, hey, anything Holy Mountain makes is amazing, and their art on their cans is always phenomenal.
Yeah,
but it's very contrasty, and so you can't appreciate it if it's not color.
One of my big regrets was not getting one of their limited edition cans that had like this holographic art style on it that was really cool.
Oh, I missed that one.
So, dear friends, was there a general concession as to our adventures?
I don't know, we just started talking about beers while you were away, so.
Lyris is asking, what was that brewing company again?
Holy Mountain. They are a Seattle-based brewery.
They have been down too long in the Midnight Sea.
Holy Mountain, everything they make is amazing. Even, like, with the exception of beers that I do not like as a style, like I don't like Dunkels, which is a shame because Dunkel is a fun word to say.
Yes.
But I don't like Dunkels. That's like the only thing I've had of theirs that I didn't like. That's just because I don't like Dunkels. They're delightful. Whoever does their art is fantastic. Honestly, if somebody can look up and find out who does their art, I want to follow them on everything. Yeah. So, what is the plan?
Well, the main goal is still head to Tajemna.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't have anything. Well, okay. No one has suggested anything that we want to be doing over the next couple of days. So, if it's all right with our lovely audience, I'd be happy to do a couple of days of sky sailing hand wavium.
Okay.
Yeah. And Dorches is right. The Tajemna to-do list is ask Mina about becoming the Avatar and how much face they'd like to wreck in Ferandrith. Ask Artem about ships. Visit Rowan and update them on Toothy. Also, do a little bit of shopping. goal, acquire a puppy. It's like, this is the epitome of children left unattended will be given Skittles and promised a puppy.
I think it's we'll be given candy and taught swear words and then promised a puppy. Alright, so yeah, we could just hand wave a couple days. It takes you like 2 days to get to Tajemna.
Okay.
You recognize the dome popping out of the water, but this time it's completely shut off, and there's a couple of ships, like slowly, like very slowly circling the top.
I'm going to ask the crew to, I guess, bring us in slow to find out who we talked to about getting in.
Yeah. As you approach, very similar to when you actually first like went to Tajemna, somebody gets on one of those, like it's basically a crystal with like foot pedals. They like fly over to you and like wave at you, hail you down.
Bring us to stop so we might talk to them. I love the idea of what is essentially a oh my god, how I've forgotten them. The Paul Blart vehicle.
Segway.
It's a flying Magitech Segway.
Basically. So yeah, they fly on up. They're like, hey, well, ports are primarily closed unless you have urgent business.
Which we do. I am Emblem Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. I am with the Golden Wake, and I am here on very urgent business. I kind of flash him the Golden Wake pendant.
All right, which is?
We need to speak with guild leader, and I've been informed General Mina.
Right. Do you have any paperwork?
I do, and I take out the letter of recommendation. I'm like,
Yeah, they take it from you. They say Emblem Burns. They like take note of your ship name. I go, all right, stay here. I'll be back and try and process this. Gonna be honest, they're real strict about who gets in, and we'll probably have to search your ship.
Not a worry, not a worry.
All right, sit tight. This'll take a minute, and they fly back over. Yeah, you see them like disembark the little crystal thing, and go down below deck.
Okay.
And you're sitting there for like 15-20 minutes. And then the same person and like a skiff like comes over to you. It's got like 4 or 5 people on it.
Okay.
He approaches and is like, all right, surprisingly, you're on one of the whitelist lists, and we do need to search your ship quick. So if you would consent to that, we'll have any gestures to the skiff. Search your ship real quick, make sure there's nothing. You're not carrying a plague bomb or anything.
Okie dokie. Search away.
All right. So yeah, they board the ship. They do a search. It takes like, it's a pretty small ship, so it only takes like 15 minutes. And they're incredibly thorough. Like they're like making sure there's no like compartments. You see somebody like casting like detect magic, which they ask about a bunch of different things. That like, we see your acts as magical, like blah blah blah. They actually bring out the shoes. They're like, hey, we see these are magic. Do you know what these are?
Not a clue. We acquired them from a floating island. We were hoping to get them processed over here.
Yeah, all right. They like make a note of it, and they like put a little tag on it.
Also, Wraith, there is absolutely a part of Evelyn's brain that went, plague bombs are a thing? I need to get me some of those.
After like 15-20 minutes, they're like, all right, you were clear. Give me a couple minutes. We're gonna have somebody flag you down. They'll guide you in. Everyone disembarks. That's not part of your crew.
Okay.
They leave. I think like 5-10 minutes later, Another little dude on a crystal Segway comes over and is like, follow me.
Follow that guy.
Yeah. So you follow him down. The top of the dome opens like literally just barely enough to fit your ship through. You have to like very carefully lower it down through. He tells you, he's like, all right, you're due to dock at port 34C. It's that way. Follow the signs. And have a fantastic stay in Tajemna.
Thank you. Right. Let's get docked. Let's go see some friends.
Yeah, so he flies back up. The dome reseals. Yeah, you eventually make your way down to... You find your dock. You rope off. Yeah. What
Right.
takes you to do first?
Straight to the Golden Wake. Let's go find Mina.
Okay.
Because we've got a friend for you.
You make your way to the Golden Wake. You know where it is, so you don't have to like search for it. You make your way there. Doors are shut, and there's like 10 guards out front.
Do I know? Are there any of them people we recognize from prior? Or just
Do a... I'll just either history or intelligence check, your choice.
I'll go with int over history. History has not been kind to us.
Okay.
So intelligence 7.
I think you recognize like one of them, like you've been in the bar with them at the same time, but you never talked to them.
Okay. Then just a usual smiles up. Hello. Bring up the crest. Is Mina in?
Okay. That depends who you're asking.
Amberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, and my usual consort.
Names?
Shasu and Amber. What's your surname?
Stormbreaker. How do you not know this?
Oh yeah, you're on Stormbreaker. And Amber Stormbreaker.
Alright. One moment, and one of them ducks inside quickly.
Yeah, Lyris, I could use a better word than consort. It was one of... It's the first one I grabbed from the lexicon all-you-can-eat buffet of weird words.
Yeah, there's and everyone, the second you approach, they were all, like, hands-on weapons. Like, they didn't draw them, but they were all, like, ready for shit to go down.
Okay.
5-10 minutes pass, and the person comes back out and is like, right, all three of you. She wants to see you personally in her quarters.
Okay. And paying no heed to the seriousness of anyone else, Emberlyn Burns walks in at a damn near jaunty style.
So you are guided through back to one of the back rooms. You walk in, like you're escorted in. The person goes to like post up inside the door, and Mina's just like out, and they're like, and just like leave and shut the door behind you. She looks tired as hell. Like you're pretty sure she's got a couple more gray hairs since last time you saw her. And she goes, I'm sure you have asked this 1,000 fucking times today, but where the fuck have you been?
Pocket dimension, there was geese. Gods are weird. How are you?
Okay, I don't like being in charge, and apparently I'm a general now. So that's not fun.
I'm sorry, friend. If it makes you...
But she comes over and she gives you like a huge hug.
Aww, and it's good to see you too. Yeah, I mean, the TLDR on the question you asked was, it turns out one of the newer Pantheon has been playing me and it seems almost everyone for a fool. I would bet gambling money that this current conflict has been their little shortless play for some time.
So as you're saying this and like giving her a big old hug,
Yeah.
in the back of your mind you hear, "This one hunts."
And I'm like, I know. Let me introduce you first. God. And yes, Emberlyn does say that out loud.
She's like, "I'm sorry, what?"
Yeah, we'll get to that. So, we saw Glassjaw. We were helping with the fleet before we got here. We're currently looking to start some trouble with the Emerald Shield, and we thought you might want in on it.
She's like, "That is currently our modus operandi, is start some trouble, hopefully end the trouble."
So, you know what, Mina, you are a very straight-talking individual, so I will do the same. Here is our plan. We have one of the oldest gods hanging out with us, the god of the hunt itself.
She gets very serious for a second and goes, "Is that what I'm feeling?"
Quite possibly. They need to team up with a person to be able to exact their powers in this world. As they put it, an avatar is what they seek. And that's what we're looking for here. And our goal is to then take that avatar and drop them in Ferandrith. We're going to take the oldest hunter in time and space, team them up with someone badass, and just let them loose.
Okay.
And
It's an plan.
I mean, Ferandrith's like most of the islands in this world is a pretty self-contained environment. And, you know, while approaching Ferandrith would by no means be an easy feat, once that person was inside the city, the powers of the old god combined with someone who knows what they're doing would be unstoppable. Like, they would wreak havoc.
She makes her way back around to the other side of her desk, and she has just like stacks of papers. Like, clearly just correspondence and maps, and just like her desk is completely covered in papers. It's even like spilling over onto the floor to some extent. Just like, okay.
And if you don't mind my saying so, friend, you are a very strong leader in the field, but I do not feel like logistics is what you would rather be doing at this point.
You're not wrong. You said you have the god with you?
Yes. So I unhook the axe, and I hold it like someone would kind of like a puppet on a stick. Like, they're currently in the axe. I know that sounds weird. I've met them in Delpha's infinite labyrinth of the Hellscape geese.
I have so many questions, but I'll continue.
I turn the axe, and again, I literally do. I turn it as if like doing like a bit with a puppet. Like, now, are you able to speak to Mina, or do you need me to speak for you? And I turn the axe back.
In the back of your mind, you hear, "Take her hand."
This one?
So you like extend your hand.
Towards Mina? Or towards...
Yeah.
Okay. So I extend it towards Mina. But I'm just going to hold it in front of them.
She, like, looks very quizzical and then, like, matches and touches your hand, and you blink and you're back in, what you now have clocked is, the Queen of Ember's, like, throne room.
I immediately panic, look around to see if the Queen is there.
She is, and she is on her throne, just watching.
Sorry, I didn't know we'd end up here. I'd take a knee in reverence. I honestly would, but I think I need to hold this connection right now.
Yes. Oh, I allowed them to come here.
Oh, okay. So I release my hand, and then I kind of like do a genuinely honest bow. Mina, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce you to my god and patron.
She has gone like white.
My god and patron, the Queen. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They're cool people, I promise. The Queen of Embers. And I then turn and gesture to the inky black hell beast with a skull for a face. And I'm like...
Which is standing behind her.
Yeah. You're going to want to turn around, Mina.
She turns and looks at this thing and doesn't flinch.
And that is the greatest hunter. The first. The oldest.
You actually see her like slide her feet and almost like square up, like she's ready for a fight.
Ah!
And like her hands very slowly go towards like a pistol that's on her hip. This thing is like triple her size and staring her down, and she's just like, cool weapon.
I mean, we shouldn't be surprised that Mina is like ready to be a badass. Also, Wraith, I will not be looking to the Queen of Embers and yelling, "Hi, Mum," from the back. Hello! God, I am the idiot child of that family, though. All right.
The old hunter steps forward and gets its face right down next to her. And you just, because they're so big, you can hear them take in this deep, deep breath, like smelling her. Yes. Yes. This one. You are a hunter. I am the hunt. To bond with me is to be bound to the hunt forever. For the rest of your life. I can grant you powers and send you places that you did not know you could go. You will feel the rush, adrenaline, blood in your mouth. Every aspect of the hunt that you love.
And over Mina's shoulder, we're like, and someone else has to do the paperwork. Like, you get to pass that off. Special god privileges. Isn't that right, Queen? Queen agrees with me on this one. Sorry.
Queen says nothing for the record.
Queen has said nothing? I am just gesturing.
He looks at her for a moment and goes, but to be bound to me is to be bound to my will. It is a choice. She slowly draws her pistol and points it at them. And after a moment, she says,
I'm not hearing a no.
the only thing I currently fear is losing the ones I care about. Can you help me hunt the things that are a threat to those I care about? And it nods. And in like the smoothest fucking motion you've ever seen, she just fucking holsters her gun and goes, I accept.
Once again, Emberlyn slightly, I guess this is just like leftovers from the labyrinth, does like a little Final Fantasy VIII victory leap, like, woo! And then it's kind of like, sorry.
Yes. Very well. This will hurt. She goes, I'm used to pain. And he lunges forward and fucking latches onto her throat. And you see blood and like the guttural, like someone drowning in their own blood.
I looked at the queen to see if she's worried or if she's showing anything.
So she's just watching.
Okay.
And you slowly see the old hunter's body turn to smoke entirely and go into the wounds until it is entirely consumed by Mina. And the wounds seal up, and she's standing there for a moment, like kind of a little bit in shock. And then she turns around, and her eyes are just black.
How you feeling, buddy? Buddies? Friends? Are you one? Are you two?
You hear in both voices, both Mina's and the old hunter's, it's going to be a bit of time to adjust. But I think I'm okay. Behind you, you hear the queen rise.
Oh. I try and knock off the simultaneous concern and silliness, and again give a genuine bow.
She steps down off her throne and steps forward and goes, "Hail, Avatar of the Hunt."
Hail, Avatar of the Hunt.
I'm glad that you have a form to exert your will upon the world again. There's much to hunt. There's a war to be had, and we can use every soldier.
And, says Emberlyn with the biggest shit-eating grin, and I know exactly where we can start.
The queen turns to you and goes, "Yes. But you have one more person you need to meet before you go there."
My queen?
They are searching for you. I believe they're close.
Well.
And this one, and she gestures towards Mina / the Hunt, is going to take a moment to adjust. Being an avatar is not an easy task, and sometimes the hosts reject. I don't think this one will, but they need a moment to rest.
Well, and then turning to them, dear Avatar, whatever you need, allow me to help.
Again, in both voices you hear, I just need a moment. And maybe a smaller hunt than what you have in mind first. Make sure the bond is complete.
And probably like a sandwich or something. Like, you were in that pocket dimension a long time, and I was definitely very hungry when I took form afterwards.
They look up at the Queen of Embers and say, but for now, I am very glad the Ember has found a new host. It has been too long since the old one took on her new form.
I gesture in that way of, wait, you two knew each other? But I don't follow the question through because it would be rude. You know, it's that kind of like that.
The Queen sees your confusion and goes, they knew the person that held the mantle before me.
Oh,
and have watched them in their new power.
wow.
Now then, I believe you all have things to get back to.
Indeed. Thank you again, my queen.
And you blink and do that kind of like floor shifted under you by like half a centimeter. Like, okay. Oh, God. And you're back in Mina's office.
As I'm still holding the axe like a dumb hand puppet, I kind of look at it now and go, you know what, that's really... I'm just going to put that away. That's dumb now. You know what? I've just realized how dumb that was. Let's never discuss that one again.
You look over at Mina, who was like leaning over on the desk, like her like palms down on the desk. And she looks up at you, and her eyes are still just black.
Just very quickly, Mina, do you have anyone you want to take over this specifically, or shall I just start finding people?
What do you mean by this? All of... And she gestures to the paperwork.
Yes.
I will summon Glassjaw back and have him take up some of this responsibility.
Indeed. We'll get a message to him as soon as.
You blink, and you swear you see the, like, smoky tendrils starting to, like, exude from her back. And you blink, and they're gone.
Oh, now, go sleep, eat, rest. Do what you need to, friend. Apparently I have people coming to find me, so I guess I'll try and be useful here. Xiaosu, inform the bouncers at the door. I will be handling Mina's responsibilities for the rest of the afternoon. Amber, I guess...
Mina goes, I'm sorry, no, you will not.
I'm trying to help! I thought you
I
might
appreciate
want to
it.
snooze!
But as far as guild members go, you are low man on the totem pole here.
Just trying to help. I don't want responsibility any more than you do. I've been very responsible in several instances in the last few days.
When you go out, ask Tara to come in here.
Okay. We'll go get Tara.
This is... And she, like, shudders, and you get that... Have you ever heard somebody just, like, flex and crack their back or their sternum?
Yeah.
She kind of does that. Just, this is a lot. But I have responsibilities, and I need to delegate them very rapidly. Please go get Tara.
Okay. I skitter out to go find Tara without another word.
Yeah.
I do imagine, though, that when I tried to tell Chaosu, like, all right, we're going to handle this, that he just kind of gave it that wry, like, chuckle of, oh, honey, no.
Oh, bitch, no.
Yeah. Oh, how sweet. Evelyn's trying to be responsible. No.
So I think you just, like, walk in, like, she wants to see Tara? And someone's like, Tara! And you see an incredibly nerdy woman. She's like, yeah. Mina wants to see you. Okay. And just, like, ducks in.
Yeah. So looking at Xiaosu and Amber, I'm like, okay, so good news for a change. And it's good news that does not involve us readjusting our entire view of the world, existence, and the gods. So, Mina and the god of the hunt are now fused, partners, teammates, something along that line. They're working that out right now. The Queen of Embers spoke with me. She gives her warmest. I guess, as the Court of Embers, I probably should mention that when that happens. The good news is that whatever is to happen next to us in Tajemna is going to find us. So, friends, we basically have the afternoon off. So, until whatever it is that's meant to find me finds me, You want to play bar games?
I think Amber goes, drinks and bar games? Drinks and bar games?
Drinks and bar games? Drinks and bar games? Drinks and bar games? Chelsea, drinks and bar games?
Tracy's like, I'm always down for drinks and bar games. And honestly, having a beat to not be at war would be nice.
Well, the Queen's instructions were that we wait for these people. Or whomever or whatever. They're going to find us, so we might as well do it in comfort. And, although I've only really existed for, a few months now, this is still my favourite food place we've been to yet. I'd call it comfort food, but I like this.
So, you all go and you start drinking, playing bar games. There's I don't know, bocce ball somewhere in the bar.
If you'll indulge me a little bit of a creative license, this is the time where Emblem puts down some extra cash on food. I'm going full Monster Hunter, giant piece of meat on a spike, rice you could drown in, bread so seeped in cheese as to plug one's pores for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I would honestly go street meat, but we have to stay in the guild hall, so that's why we're not.
I think honestly, you start eating, you're like, oh my god, I haven't eaten in 7 months, and you just start shoveling your face full of it. To the point where even Shortsu and Amber are like, mate, calm down.
Thank you to the.
Please don't be sick.
Thank you to the bar, in the center of eternity, for whatever it was they gave me to keep me going and not die at this point. But yeah.
So you do this. You finally feel a little satisfied. You have a bunch of drinks. You start playing darts, other games that they have in the guild hall.
Tabbing in the middle of everything. Thank you, Dorcas.
Which also, if any of you haven't seen Everything Everywhere All at Once, do not watch trailers, just go watch it. It's fantastic. But go in blind if you can.
Now that I am plague-free, I might actually, when I can afford to, I'm absolutely going to see that.
It's so good. Anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're playing bar games for a while, and by a while I mean 4 or 5 hours. You're just enjoying yourself. You're well rested. You're getting drunk. You're well fed. And eventually, one of the people that you recognize as one of the people that was guarding the front door steps in and goes, Emberlyn Burns?
Constantly!
Walks over to you and goes, there's someone here to see you, and they've asked a private audience.
Chelsea? Emberlyn? I'm Emberlyn. Chelsea! Amber! Keep having fun. I think this is the call. I'll go handle this. Do we have a spare room or a meeting room?
Yeah, we can get you there's a meeting room over there you can have.
Emberlyn staggers forward and then takes kind of a record scratch moment and goes, You seem nervous. Do I need to worry?
I'm mostly confused.
Confused I can handle. Say no more. And I head over to the meeting room.
Yeah, they just I'll send them to it's meeting room 4 or whatever.
Thank you.
And actually, as you start going, they put their hand on your shoulder and go, I'm gonna send you another drink. And just pat, and turn around.
Emberlyn chooses to read nothing more into that sentence than I'm getting another drink.
So door opens, someone brings you another flagon of ale or whatever you were drinking.
Thank you.
And they leave. They come back and they go, your guest is here?
Bring him on in. And I'm finishing my first drink. I'm holding my second drink. I'm like,
They go, oh, okay. And they just open the door and gesture the person in, and then just look at you and go, okay, and just shut the door. Standing before you is a bipedal corgi in plate armor.
best Memnol ever. Emberlin cannot hide their genuine joy at whatever is going on here.
They look at you and they say, "Ah, are you Emlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers?"
Emberlin Byrne, Herald of the Queen of Embers, at your service, and you, fluffy knight of legend, are?
I, Reluxus, Herald of Kamata.
Friends, which one was Kamata? Rest
God
of
of Nature.
Now, we haven't actually met Kamata, have we? We've met...
No, it's Carl.
Oh, it's Carl! Kamata! Okay, I'm sorry, we've got to do this. And yes, we've got a puppy. Immediately, so Emberlin goes, Kamata. Carl!
Yes, I believe they did mention that you called them Carl. Not their preferred name, but yes.
Please, friend, come sit. Can I offer you food, beverage, biscuits?
That's insulting. It's incredibly lovely. And like they go and they sit down in the chair. And yeah, like corgi, plate armor, mace. They do have opposable thumbs, so they can like hold things. Here you go. You seem like you're having a moment and have a bunch of questions.
No, sorry. Emberlin kind of does almost the pantomiming of trying to sober up a little bit. I was informed by the Queen of Embers, not that you would be here, but that someone would be here, so we decided to take the afternoon off while you were waiting. The rest of the Court of Embers is playing bar games in the bar. Please, how is the God of Nature doing? I was trapped for a few months, so I've not really seen anyone. We just dropped off the God of the Hunt with their avatar, so things are going good tonight.
That's good. That's good to hear.
Though I haven't seen Shahada again. We thought we had a sighting, but it turned out to be a friend of mine who's grown a ship. It's a long story. Sorry, you had questions. I have ale.
No, I was assuming you had questions because I'm, well, a dog.
Good night. I was trapped in Delphi's pocket labyrinth for a long time. I encountered a goose of maniacal nature, a slap fight with an orc. I've seen things. You are not only the least threatening of these strangerties, but a welcome and, I would hope to say, new friend.
Yes, I was sent to aid you and other old gods by Kamata after being awakened by them. I was just a dog. My owner perished in the woods. I stood by them to guard them as best I could. Kamata found me and appreciated my devotion, my diligence, and since I was then masterless, offered me a new master. And I accepted, and now they just kind of gesture to themselves.
Emberlin is genuinely welling up at this.
So yeah. Yes, Reluxus, Helder
Well,
my owner called me Mr. Truffles. I still don't know which I prefer at this point.
well, Reluxus, Truffles. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. So please
Mr.
tell me.
Truffles. It has to be Mr. Truffles.
My apologies, Mr. Truffles. So how has Greenspire been since Kamata's awakening?
It has been quite good. It's continued to grow. There's actually 2 more major spires coming out, because before it was like the one big tree. Now it's a couple of other trees that have. The housing market is booming, which is a concept that's weird to me because I'm a dog.
Indeed. I wish you could have seen the look on the face of the, I believe it was Town Elder, whoever it is that leads Greenspires, or led. I wish you could have seen the look on their face when I informed them what was happening. They were not happy at me.
Fair enough. And now we're at war against a bunch of turtles.
Yes. I don't know if your god has informed you. Unfortunately, I have played a large part in this conflict, and I will be sorry for that for a long time. The same Delphina that trapped me in a pocket dimension pretended to be the other gods of the new pantheon, playing finger puppets with all of them, had me flying around with the Court of Embers, stirring the seeds of trouble that would bloom into this current carnage. So, I would...
Yeah, that does sound like the goddess of trickery.
I would bet drinking money that the current deity they serve is not the one they think, but again, Delphina playing at being the pious god.
Are we even sure it's Delphine? Because she is the goddess of trickery, but the lower lords are also very prone to taking advantage of situations.
True. I guess at this point, we can only really truly believe in the gods that we've met and the gods we know.
And also, there's a bit of a power vacuum currently, because your goddess did kill the leader of the lower lords.
Yes. At this point, I'm not sure if I've spoken with the lower lords or if it was Delpha. Once we've assisted with the conflict against the Emerald Shield, our goals are to wake as many of the old gods as we can and then head to the Underdark. So, yeah.
Well, either way, I am at your service, and hopefully we can resolve this war quickly.
I hope so. And once our good friend has recovered, the one who has become the avatar of the hunt, I'd love to introduce you. And again, Emberlyn digs deep to find that little nugget of sobriety within themselves, that genuine core, through all the booze and drinking games and, beef soaked in more beef, and extends them a genuine hand and says, well, if you will work side by side with another, it would be an honor to have you with us.
They extend their paw/hand to go, I look forward to it.
Through every force of will, through every last sober brain cell Emberlyn can muster, they do not say the words, "It's so fluffy!"
Yeah. I feel like that's a good place to wrap it for the evening.
New friend! You'll said... Okay. Alright, Baron, I don't often ask you questions about behind the DM shield, but were you and Wraith conspiring with Roxas, Mr. Truffles?
No,
Did you
actually,
know a puppy was coming?
I mean, I knew a puppy was coming. Wraith didn't. Actually, in the other room, I literally have a mini for Relicus. It's just over there, and I'd have to take it out. But I did paint a mini for Luxus.
I'm so happy this is a thing. I'm so happy.
It mostly came about because I stumbled across a Etsy shop that made 3D printed corgi paladins, and I went, nope, doing that. Don't care, doing that. Also, the God of Nature awakening a dog is very on brand.
Right? A creature that is like, loyal and attuned with nature. Oh,
So this is again just one of those weird, like, it just happened to work out really well. You all kept making puppy jokes, and I'm like, oh my god.
So wait.
No idea.
So we've been making puppy jokes this whole episode, and you've been like, it's coming. I'm just waiting. As soon as they get to Tajemna.
Basically. Anyway, so end of session. For those of you that are unaware, at the end of the session, we get to ask a bunch of questions, and you get XP based on that.
If this is your first Memnull, in the past, we would guess Emblin's stats, because when we began this session, we had no idea what Emblem was good at, what they could do, or otherwise. But I believe at the moment, Dorcas can correct me, we're basically on a yes-no of proficiencies, and then Emblem knows themselves. Yeah, Lyris, Hex and Toothy live, and Toothy's doing great. We got a puppy. We got to help Mina not have to sit behind a massive stack of papers. Like,
yeah. So,
okay, yes, sorry.
Did we learn something new / important about the world or setting?
I think we can just say yes for this.
Yeah.
This is one of the few episodes we can go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Did we overcome a notable obstacle?
I would actually say no, because like Toothy handled the big fight, and Roxas. What's his name? The lizard captain got us into Tajemna. Yeah. So we actually had a pretty easy run of obstacles.
Yeah.
In my humble
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Did we overcome a notable obstacle? Or sorry, we did that one. Yeah. Did we gain anything? Sorry.
Corgi Paladin.
Okay. And then for your character, did you follow your personality trait?
All right. So again, friends, the way Baron runs this operation is we don't focus on the old alignment chart. It's about the personality traits. So first up, kind to the kind. I don't think we got the opportunity to be kind to the kind. I think we were ridiculous today.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily did. Did you follow your ideals?
Loyal to the Queen of Embers, to a fault.
Yeah, I will give you that one. Did you fulfill your bond?
Smiles blazing, absolutely. We did revel more than once in being able to be like, oh, we know what's going to happen, so let's have fun with it.
Did you act on your flaws?
No.
Yeah, there wasn't necessarily opportunity for it, so I don't think so.
True. And when it came to the fight against the Emerald Shield, is that rather than going in with vengeance, we just laughed and shot bullets at them with no intent to hit, just randomly.
Yeah. Did you achieve your goal? I don't know if you actually have any goals set currently.
The goals are the ones on the board. So, find out what Tainlu is, wake the old gods, investigate the old rituals were our... we didn't make any more progress unless you count the god of the hunt getting an avatar.
No, because you had already woke them. I think we already gave you XP for that previously.
Wraith just says, did we get a goal? Get a puppy? Which we did. That was our, did we gain something?
Yeah. And then you get 3 stat S's. Traditionally, chat gets 2, you get 1. I think we're at this point, straight up down to proficiency bonuses.
Wait, I thought we knew strength. No, we know our core stats now, right?
Yeah, I think you know basically everything. You're just down to like what you're proficient in, I think, is the only things you're... But honestly, someone else probably has a better track of this than I do, because I have not been paying attention.
And it's been up to us to work it out.
George's coming in clutch. Not proficient in strength, constitution, or sleight of hand. So you can still guess dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma, and then every skill except sleight of hand.
Oh, wow. I'll wait for our lovely chat to catch up.
Okay, I guess you know some of those. So, chat, guess away. We'll do kind of crowdsourcing stuff.
Okay, so Lyris is saying the ones we still need to guess are acrobatics, sleight of hand, perception, deception, intimidation, performance, strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence. I mean, you can only
Also,
have...
for the record, if you want to guess that you're not proficient in something and you're right, I will give you XP for that.
Okay, friends. I mean, I won't say no to the XP, so let's go for it. Well, okay, Dorcas, pick one of those, and then we can work with the rest of the crowd to chip away together.
Oh, okay, yeah, I misread what Dorcas meant. Dorcas believes that they're proficient in strength, constitution, and sleight of hand.
Oh, not proficient.
Oh, you're not proficient in those. Okay, sorry. My bad. Again, I apparently have trouble reading currently.
It's all good. Like, I know this isn't the longest Memnol we've done, but this felt like emotionally one of the most intense.
Yeah.
Like, I got brought a cup of wine that was what basically helped me get over the finish line of today. Okay, Wraith wants to disagree on sleight of hand. Wraith, do you think we're proficient in sleight of hand? Okay, Lyra says, let's say not proficient in strength. I'd like to agree with that one. So, I do not think that Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers, is proficient in strength.
Sorry, you said strength or sleight of hand?
So, I do not think that they are proficient in strength.
Emberlyn Barons, Herald of the Queen of Embers is not proficient in strength.
Yes! Lyris, top score. Okay.
Now,
we have some back and forth on sleight and hand, which is like sleight of hand, but with a formal introduction. Like, I think intelligence will be the only one that might be up for debate. Because while Emberlyn might not be sometimes the sharpest tool in the shed, they're very quick-witted, and intelligence and... intelligence could go with... Wait, no. It's charisma and wisdom are like the bread and butter of a warlock, right?
More or less, yeah.
Then I have no idea.
Sometimes, I think a couple other stats also roll off con, but don't quote me on that.
Okay. I might take one of Dorcas's other suggestions then while we're still discussing sleight of hand. So I would say that Emberlyn Burns is not proficient in Constitution.
Is that your final answer?
That is my final answer.
Emberlyn Burns is not proficient in Constitution.
Yes! 2 for 2! Alright, come on, friends. Last one. We got this. We got this. Come on, this is it, friends. This is our triple header. This is our 3 for 3.
Get that turkey.
Get that turkey. We still have pocket sand.
I'm amazed you haven't used it yet.
Oh shit, I forgot we carved the cloak from... We have an ostentatious cloak as well. Fuck! That's what I get for not reading. So, we could have been flexing with Hex on the coat turned into a cloak. Okay, so Race has a feeling we might actually be good at sleight of hand. Flex with Hex sounds like the name of a great show. I'd absolutely watch that. And the magical Sky Circus. See, it's 50-50 on... It's 50-50 on all of these guesses. Okay, so I took one of Lyris's guesses. I took one of Dorcas's guesses. So, I'm going to take Wraith's guess to make it the triple. I'm going to agree with Wraith and say that Emberlyn Burns is proficient in Sleight of Hand.
So you think he is proficient in Sleight of Hand?
I think he is proficient at Sleight of Hand. I think Wraith is onto something there.
Emberlyn Burns is not proficient in Sleight of Hand.
Ah, piss!
Still, you get 600 XP.
All right.
40 good session overall. Mark that down yourself. I'm not going to do it for you.
Was it 600?
Plus 600 XP.
Woohoo! That's nice and easy to add.
And, yeah.
Go us. Okay, so, Baron, it's been a mission to get back to memory equals null, and I'm so fucking glad we're back. It will not be this long between now and the next session.
Hopefully not. I do have a vacation coming up, so we have to work around that, but other than that, I think I'm free.
Memory equals vacation.
I'm sorry, I'm not running Memnol on vacation.
I wouldn't suggest it. Would be fucking funny, though. There's like Baron on a beach in Hawaii from his phone being like, and you roll whatever, I guess. Welcome. You're all suddenly teleported to Beach World. Let's go.
Particularly it's Victoria up in Canada, so.
They must have a beach, right? Maybe like one of those like man-made ones.
I don't know. I've never been.
Moose says vacation better not equal null.
I mean, like I said, vacation was already rescheduled because fucking the world.
Yeah. So, dear friends, I'm going to roll credits and bring our adventure to a close. I hope you've all had a great time, and I hope you'll all join me in thanking Baron Sheep again for putting up with all of us and making this wonderful little adventure that we've been going on.
Yeah.
I'd also like to thank everybody that's thrown bits and donations and subs in today because, I mean, fuck it. I get to keep doing this full-time thanks to you lot, and I fucking love doing this. And to that end, so firstly, Asari Greenfire, thank you for the donations. Like, they hit our accounts fast enough and allow us to get wine and food, so we are very grateful. To Lyris Dragon, to Baron von Sheepington III, Jarl Infinitus Firestrager, J-Post Fearless Sun, the League of Spooky Ghost Anonymous Cheerers, Alanus Bacon Avenger, Dorchus Grimheld, one of these days I'll learn how to say it proper, Stepgen, Compliment Cat, and Rhymes of Moose. Like, thank you for throwing bits in. They total up a whole bunch each month, and I can't say thank you enough. To Caffeine, Rhymes of Moose, and also Lizzie, who we saw earlier, thank you for being wonderful. And to Delta Frost and almost a Hamburger, thank you for the follows. Now to Wraith, Baron Sheepington III, Dorchus, Schwab-Horns, Kakakashi, Mamalili J, Lord Lost and Found, Marshall VR, and Katie's Buggy. Thank you for chucking in subs for as long as you have, whether you were hunted by House Carl or otherwise. I'm very, very grateful. Now, friends, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I don't know if we'll be... Mimic bits, huh? Huh, Lyris? Mimic bits? I mean, we dealt with a mimic ship today, so that's a... But, Lyris, you already threw in a feckin' blue bit today, so thank you. Sorry, I almost said something very, very dumb then, and I stopped myself, so... So friends, I don't know if anything will be going on in the Discord this evening, but keep an eye on it.
This is when we train, right?
Sadlin, why? And yes, Wraith, we did get mimic babies. But, Lyris, Sadlin, thank you kindly. I will be back again. Next week's timings will be a little bit weird, so please do have a look on the Discord over the next couple of days, just to know when things are kicking off. Because Tuesday's stream will be much later in the day, because I have to go play Shark Tank. And I have a panel on Monday at Pocket Gamer Connects, which is surreal. Kind of cool. I mean, Wraith, if you want to make Mimic Babies to the tune of Muppet Babies, I will not stop you. Oh, Sadlin, Depth. Depth will be on the 21st of this month. The reason it's not next week is next Saturday is Eurovision. So, I imagine we'll all be very drunk that day. Actually, Lyris, as a quick aside, when we got searched, I held my breath because I was like, wait, what if one of Toothy's mimics snuck aboard whilst we were trying to get in? Sorry, friends, and the reason why Perios is very loud is we're both going to be on the same panel. We're going to teach business people how to market via this Twitch.television. All right.
Good luck with that.
I'm going to do our best. Okay. Friends, have an excellent, excellent rest of your weekend. I'll nat at you all on Discord, but from myself, Baron, and all of us here, Longshipian Wise, have a cracking weekend, and good night.